shaking his fists and da 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 da. I don't think that's not his personality now. So yeah, I don't really have any criticisms of him. The only real criticisms I have of Barack, and that's not even a real criticism because Lord knows I've never been in that position. And I think he knew that the world was looking at him as a representative of, of Black people. And that's an incredible burden because shit, I struggle with that burden every damn day. And I'm just me. I'm not the damn president of the United States.
Nikki, one of the things that you said really surprised me because I actually voted, and I do agree with you. I actually voted for Obama twice, and now we sit on the opposite side from each other. So I think it's just very fascinating. I really do.
But Dr. Adams sits on the opposite
president. That was actually my first election as an 18-year-old. And he actually spoke to the youth. So, I mean, what you said about him being a Hollywood president in his engagement, his public speaking and saying things that were relevant to me as a young person in America at that time, it definitely captivated me as even a young Republican, and I voted for him twice. So,
young Republican who voted for Obama.
Well, that's super cool for Obama to be your first president. Wow. Yeah, that's super cool. So like I said, I can never take that away from him. I really can't. Like, yeah, the dude's up.
From this is where I disagree with you, and with respect, right, is that Obama entered the failed American democracy, and his respect for the history of American democracy caused him to try and bring both sides together, include all American, stipulate literally the reason why his Supreme Court nomination didn't get put forward, right? And you're saying, hey, this failed American democracy that he failed to take advantage of, and his intention, if he enacted it, would have been better for America. And Trump, who says, no, I'm going to take this failed democracy, I'm going to leverage every single part of it to make rich white people like me more wealthy and step on the back of the poor Americans. And I'll land with this, is that when you look at China, who in so many ways is doing so much better than America right now, in so many ways when it comes to quality of life, a benevolent dictatorship or Obama saying, hey, I'm just going to enforce my will to make America better, which is what China does, is maybe better than Trump saying, hey, I'm going to enforce my will to make billionaires richer.
If Trump is the opposite reaction to Obama, right? Is a pendulum swinging the other way? If Obama did what you're talking about, the swing, where we're at right now, would be the middle. It would go so murder, even to the extreme. If Obama did what they did, he should know. Don't burn down the country and bring it to its screaming halt. That's not how you govern. That's not what you do.
So when they respond to that, when Obama was voted in, so many Americans were like, oh, that guy is going to be shot so quick. Are you kidding me? A left-leaning, black man? Oh, my goodness. But Trump there was an assassination attempt on Trump before he was even elected for a second term, Arthur. So, no one's killing Trump, and he's fascistizing your country like crazy. You have military troops in your...
I don't think that anybody, practically speaking, I really don't think that we are going to see a third Trump presidency. I think that we should be more concerned on the practical realities of Gavin Newsom coming into the fold. And, to be honest with you, J.D. Vance, if he ran for president against Gavin Newsom, that's a done deal. I'm Republican and I'm saying that. That's a done deal. Gavin Newsom is quick winning.
A Republican wants a Dixiecrat to become the next president is not surprising.
Who? I personally don't care for Gavin Newsom. I really don't. But I'm looking at the practical reality of how he appeals to the public. If he can keep up with Trump, he's going to wipe the floor with J.D. Vance. That's all I'm saying.
I'm saying that you don't represent politics, and you actually are more of a populist person that doesn't actually understand what's been going on, and that's why you're in the situation you're in.
not do ad hominems? Can you just? Did someone drop?
I don't know what she's talking about, but go ahead, Samia. You were gonna say?
Just
What do you mean by ad hominems? Why don't you elaborate?
And so don't.
Listen. This stage has been real clean all day. Y'all not about to throw no shit and no mud on this stage. So cut the shit.
So, First Lady, what do you think about the possibility of Gavin Newsom running against J.D. Vance? Do you see the point that I'm making that I don't think that J.D. Vance can, keep up in the same type of way that Trump did in, running against somebody like Newsom? I don't see that being successful.
Newsom has too much weight.
I don't know, because I'm going to tell you something. I don't think we done seen the real Vance yet, to be honest with you. The way Vance switched it up at that debate with, what's that man's name, Waltz? He completely did a 360. He made that man come to him. Do you understand me? He made him come. So, I don't know. I think Vance got some tricks up his sleeve. Honestly, I wouldn't want to see the fight between the two. I'm hoping that we get some fresh blood. Somebody new. I need young people. Vance unfortunately fits that young criteria. How old is Newsom? Is he in his 50s?
Yeah, he's in his 50s.
Yeah, he'll be 61. He'll be 61.
61.
But the eyeliner, though. I mean, come on, that eyeliner.
Oh, again, nobody's voting for his eyes, but looking at Gavin Newsom being, quick-witted and staying on his toes, I don't feel like, Tim Walz has the same type of delivery. So I get where you're coming from and him making a 360, but Gavin Newsom is on his toes and he's becoming very more belligerent, like Trump every single day. And when I listen to him speak, so I don't know. I think that could be a very ugly fight.
Vance came up with the cats and the dogs. They're eating the cats and the dogs. Yeah, he's a dirty
Yeah, and then he said, I think it's important, Martha. I think you said you guys weren't going to fact check.
Newsom is 58, I believe.
No, I said he's going to be 61, though, in 2028, though.
Oh,
No,
gotcha, sorry. He's born the same year as me. Wait a minute.
April. He's a year. April, Shauna. He's a year older than me. I'm 59. He just celebrated. He's about to celebrate his 60th.
And Newsom has way too much baggage.
He was born the same year as me, is why I'm confused, Shauna. I'm 58, and so is he.
Aren't you turning? Didn't you already turn 59?
No, ma'am.
You're a year behind me. Sorry.
Wait, so April, you're running for president? Let's go.
Well, I'm the oldest here. I am 87
I know you're
years old.
87, First Lady.
Thank you.
Let's go, April. Let's do this.
Like, do you remember back in April? Do you guys remember when he had the debate with Ron DeSantis, though?
Ron DeSantis is not a good debater.
No, but that was a test balloon because they basically were trying to see, well, if they took Biden out, could Newsom fill his shoes? That's why that debate happened.
Yeah. Well, DeSantis, though, it's just interesting, though. It's just Gavin Newsom has more charisma when he's debating than DeSantis. I mean, because DeSantis, he just gets really defensive when he comes off. He just looks very insecure when he's defending.
Rubio was much Vance, which is why I was really shocked by Vance being the VP pick, to be honest with you.
One thing I will give it to Trump's cabinets, I do think Marco Rubio is the sharpest guy in his cabinet.
That's not saying a lot when they're all like dull as butter knives. So, none of them are Gitsu knives.
The thing I don't understand is why he chose Marco Rubio, who is as opposed to some guy like Ted Cruz who would lick his boots.
Ted abandoned his people. and then blaming on his kids. I'm like,
Yeah.
yo, how much of a savage you gotta be to blame it on your kids?
I mean, it's interesting. Me and Marshall have both fought with each other over this because, of course, he's a Texan, particularly, and I told him that if I was a Texan, I'd be embarrassed that Ted Cruz was my senator because, I mean, the fact that he that he let some guy call his wife ugly and now licks his boots. I mean, it shows that he doesn't have a spine, and that Texas has that person. Not tough as Texas like Ted Cruz, right?
I can't believe he got on that plane and went to Mexico and them people freezing. That's crazy.
That's what we're talking about. That's what we just talked about.
That is absolute crazy work.
And that's what I'm saying. He blamed his daughters.
I mean, he should have sent his family, but he should have definitely stayed behind. I mean, that's crazy.
But that's just proof of how little Cruz is liked. Like Heidi Cruz, I'm actually a fan of Heidi Cruz. She's in wealth management. She's like a killer at Goldman Sachs. I've been around her. I was actually too shy to go up and get an introduction.
You shy? I don't believe that.
No, because I mean, like, I would have loved to have been like she's awesome sauce in her arena. She really is. She's well respected. I don't know how she's with somebody like Cruz, but they live in River Oaks, which is quite an esteemed part of Houston. So for a person to leak those text messages, I was dying laughing because that means in their group that they're not even liked because those messages were leaked internally. That was a group chat. And I was just like, how embarrassing for them, because now they got to figure out who leaked the damn text messages. And I don't know how Cruz keeps getting elected, to be perfectly honest. Everybody hates him. I don't know a single person that actually likes Ted Cruz, even ones that vote for him. Nobody can stand him.
What was the one white guy that almost beat him?
Beto.
Beto, yeah.
Beto almost beat him. That's true.
It's such a tragedy because, like, Beto O'Rourke, I kind of like out of all the Democrats, but yeah.
I like Beto too, but remember, Texas is unusual. It's a red state with major blue cities, and it's the rural Hispanics that keep voting in. They vote Republican because they're Catholic and they don't believe in abortion or LGBTQ, and they're the only ones that keep Texas red.
I'm pretty sure most of Texas is Baptist as far as religious demographics go.
I don't know if anybody's going out and interviewing the rural Hispanics, but a lot of them are Catholic. They're not Baptist.
Well, I mean, like near the border, but like most of Texas, I think Dallas and Fort Worth area, most of it's Baptist, as well as like Houston. I'm pretty sure a good portion of Austin, but like the only place I can think would be like Catholic would be like Corpus Christi, San Antonio, and of course El Paso. But
yeah, that makes sense because we've got like Southern SMU. They're like some Our Lady of the Lake in San Antonio. Wait, is that a Catholic university? But there's a bunch of like Baptist universities. Baptist churches, Baptist schools. So yeah, I would agree. Some of the largest churches in Houston are actually Baptist churches.
Like, I just say that because, like, I mean, Texas is considered to be a part of the Bible Belt, and the Bible Belt is largely Protestant, particularly Baptist. So
Y'all got a bunch of leftover Klansmen in Texas too. I remember the part of Texas, Miki, going from in between Houston and Louisiana. Like some of them, like I was very pleasantly surprised to speak to people at the gas station and other Black people out there, where they were telling me like certain exits not to get off on, because what's that?
They're not playing. Sundown towns, keep going, keep moving. You don't go there.
Yeah, they basically told me don't stop until you get to Louisiana, and even then, just be very careful.
No, that's true. Beaumont is pretty diverse, but yeah, Vider, like I actually have a true story about Vider because we would go to Louisiana all the time. We're from Louisiana, and we usually go in like caravans if we take multiple cars. Well, my son was like 2 or 3 at the time, and he had to go tinkle. So my mom was like, "Don't do it, don't do it!" But I pulled off. Y'all, I swear to God, it was palpable, like. Immediately, we went into this gas station. First of all, they were just all staring at us. Like, all of these redneck people were staring at us, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, you could sense it. And I was going to get him some chips or something, and then I was just like, you know what? Let's just get the fuck out of here. And my mom was, like, very upset with me. They circled back because she was like, oh, my God, you know better. And my sister was, like, in conniptions, and I was like, damn, I didn't think it was that bad. You don't even see black people, like, working at, like, McDonald's and Whataburger and stuff like that. So Vider is also where they drug James Byrd, that man that they unfortunately drug from the back of the truck. So yeah, I do not. We make sure that we fill up. Dragged. We make sure that we fill up. You do not stop in those areas. You keep going. They're absolutely sundown towns. Some of the back roads people don't understand. You even see the signs, like when you're driving through, you basically see the signs that say no niggers. Like, I'm not kidding.
Yeah, that's what they told me. And they also have them on the freeway saying, don't get off the freeway if you're...
Oh, no, yeah, they tell you. They're pretty... And we're like, okay, cool. Thank you.
What does it say?
No niggers. Yeah. No, like you'll see because there's one, I can't remember.
I don't know, Wyattsville, is that out there? Wyattsville or something? These
are like the little tiny towns, right? Like if you take the back roads off the freeway, because there's one, let me see, where was I? With some crazy person that we came from Texas City, which is near Galveston, but we didn't take the freeway because there's like some big ass Home Depot that's like, anyway, or some, I don't know what we were doing that weekend, but I'd never been back there in those back roads, right? And I was like, what the fuck did that just say? And he started laughing. He's like, oh yeah, you never been over here? I was like, no. He's like, well, good. You don't need to. But yeah, they make it very clear. It was like a bar, and it literally had a sign that was tacked up, and it said no niggers. They let you know. Yeah, so you don't go there. I'm like, appreciate you. Yep, don't go there. That's when they say don't go there, they mean don't take your black ass over there. Yeah, they make that very clear. This is not for you. So I'm like, cool. Understood.
Yeah, it's interesting. I remember like last year around like this time, I went to down to Satilla Shores, where around the area where Ahmaud Arbery was shot.
In Georgia?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, my school is literally like less than 2 hours away from there. So.
Oh yeah, thank you, Ramona. James Byrd was killed in Jasper. I was thinking of something else that happened to Vider. My bad.
Nikki, what's been your experience in the Panhandle?
You know, I've never been to the Panhandle. I have sorority sister. I went to Texas A&M, so there were a lot of kids that came from the Panhandle. I haven't really heard a lot about racism because people don't realize Texas is extremely diverse. Houston is probably one of the most diverse cities in the country. Like I read a stat about Houston Community College that they're pretty much people from every single country represented. Like Houston, we have Hispanics, we're little Lagos because we have a lot of Nigerians, we have a lot of Africans, we have a very robust Chinatown, we have people from the Middle East, we're also oil and gas, so we have people from just about everywhere, right? But from the Panhandle, there's a lot of Hispanics. I haven't heard anything. I think the closest I've been is like, I had to go for a sorority thing to Waco because we went to Baylor. That's about, that's about as far as I've been. I've never been to Lubbock. Did I ever go to Texas Tech? No, I never been to Lubbock. I never been, no. So, yeah, but I haven't heard anything. But I know people from all over the states. and I don't really get that anything is like bad. In my opinion.
Let me ask you something. How do you identify? Do you identify as a Native American?
No, I mean I'm black.
Or how would you do you identify yourself as like indigenous to the United States?
I mean, a part of me, I'm a Louisiana Creole, so part of my culture, by identity, we are African or African American. We are we are black. It's culture. So but part of my lineage, yes, is African, Native American, French, and Spanish. I have my great grandfather was 100% Native. There are other people that I can identify going back for generations. Like 99% of my family is still in Southern Louisiana. Like they haven't migrated. Maybe they've gone to Baton Rouge. Maybe they've gone to New Orleans. Maybe they've gone to Houston. But they ain't gone nowhere. They're still there, which is why you still have to bring, when you start dating, you literally have to bring the person that you're dating to the elders in the family so they can go down your family tree to make sure that you're not too closely related. That's how bad it is. It's kind of funny, actually.
Well, let me ask this. Okay, so when you talk about the sundown town thing, and that's a very interesting, family history that you have. I actually have roots in Alabama. I think I might have some people in Texas too, but I gotta do some research on it. But when we talk about the sundown town thing, let me ask you, what have you ever? How did it? What is this thing about this sundown town stuff? Because I know in recent times, like in the last year or two, I keep saying that this sundown town stuff like trending. And my dad actually grew up in the Jim Crow South, so he, in Birmingham, Alabama, in the '60s. So I'm very familiar with that whole culture and stuff down there. But I just find it curious that in 2025, you have this thing now, this trending thing where people talk about this sundown town stuff. And I'm like, where the fuck did this shit come from? Was it an Instagram thing? Did it start on YouTube? Why they start talking this shit all of it?
Have you ever heard of Colorado City, Utah? This is a perfect example. Miki, have you ever heard of it? Colorado City, Utah.
But y'all know sundown towns are not new. I just don't think they've ever really been discussed because, it's just a sundown town, especially in the South. Like, it's a sundown town. What you gonna do?
I'd like to add to that too, if I can. There's most of that stuff happened. You gotta go back to like the 30s, 40s. Most of it was out of the Midwest and certain parts or areas or cities where they really had to. But one of the things that came out of it was that they were basically dictating where black people and people of color were always dictated where to go. I think in the South, you've always had certain areas where people could there was definitely some segregation, but for the North, it was also about when black people were moving into industrialized areas, anything that was either industrialized or near or not far from those things, you had towns that put up laws that basically was telling, literally saying you can't be in a park. If you go to Dearborn, Michigan, for example, now Dearborn's not a sundown town, but they did have laws back in its day that black people couldn't be in a park after a certain time. The reasoning behind this was, the whole stereotype of if you're a black, you must be bringing crime, you must be bringing something, you must be doing something nefarious. We don't want you in any places where we can't see you, etc. And you have towns out of the Midwest. There's one called Martinsville in Indiana. They had a woman that was attacked and killed back in, I think it was like 1966. It was at least 1960s. Huge, place where black people were drawn out, not welcome, and this went on even after the sundown laws were eliminated. You still had a lot of this attitude, and you would hear and see this stuff all the time. My mom, the same story that I think it was Reform that talked about this with Vector, Texas. My mom had a story where we had to, where she got followed back in the 80s by a truck. And I didn't realize that I vaguely remember as a kid, but she told me later on part of that was that sort of, the intimidation thing. It's not right-wing, it's not an Instagram thing at all. I think what the reason why it's gained, now I'll say this, I think the reason why you're hearing about it more, I think to reform what Reform has said, part of it is that, people are talking a little bit more. And then on top of that, you have some towns which had that reputation trying to not so much eliminate, I guess for lack of a better term, eliminate or try to move on from it, because they realize that having a diverse community is attractive. Martinsville for years has really tried to push being someplace to go when, for years, if you were Black and in Indiana, whether you're in Gary, Fort Wayne, or Indianapolis, you don't go through Martinsville at all. So it's something. There are towns in Illinois. I think Anna, Illinois. Ain't no niggas allowed. Excuse the language. That was what the meaning was at the time. They've tried to overturn their past, and the reason why I think you're hearing about it is that in doing so, in some cases, people are trying to almost whitewash what it was, and it's kind of hard to sell yourself as a town or place to live in when the country is much more diverse. You have a generation that's more attuned to diversity, and nobody wants to live in some place where people are where you have to be in fear of somebody doing something out of intimidation. So I hope that helps out a little bit.
Yeah, so I put something in the chat about Vidor, Texas, Bidor. So it was a stronghold for the Ku Klux Klan. So Black people were historically told to leave after sunset. So this was just desegregation in the 90s. They had a court order forcing the desegregation of public housing. The 90s. Mm-hmm. So you do not fuck with Vidor. I'm giving y'all a public service announcement.
I got some questions once this happened.
Yep. So I'm just let's see. Vidor is some residents are trying to change it, but the Black population is less than 1%. They are very brave for staying in Vidor. Because no fucking way. And their population is about less than 10,000. So,
so how many Black people live there? How many Black people live there?
Less than 1%.
That's where Trent lives.
Yeah, that's where Trent lives. Are
you serious?
No, he does not live at the Vidor or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah, I think Trent lives in the Panhandle. But it's Vidor, Vidor. So, yeah, there are some downtowns.
Hey, mister,
I have a question. Wait, 1 second. I wasn't finished with my question. So, what type of race are these people? What are they? What would you consider them?
Black Asian.
I mean, they're white. They're white.
Right. They're white, but are they redneck white? Are they?
That's the thing, First Lady. This, Texas is just country, right? A lot of these sundown towns are just country, so they're very rural, right? They're small towns. So you have your mix of, just.
So they really don't like Black people? They really
no. They don't fuck with Black people at all.
We can't have a conversation.
You could try, but this is those areas.
President of Vidor on the phone for me, please. Thank you.
Those areas that were KKK areas like Vidor. Those people. Yeah, you know what? And it's honestly not even worth it. I'm straight. You know what? I appreciate the notice because they don't give a fuck. They hate Black people, and yeah, they have no problems letting you know.
Or do they hate all kind of people outside of them, or it's just Blacks?
The KKK. People don't remember the KKK was actually created against Jewish people. So think about the most extreme. I wouldn't even say they're white supremacists. They're just racist as fuck. The most extreme version of a racist that you could think about. So yeah, Dr. AG put they hate all non-white people. Yeah, and they're not gonna march. They're not gonna go. They just don't fuck with us. And I'm like, you know what? Thank you. Okay, I got it. Memo received. I'm not trying to change you.
Okay, last question. So did you buy gas before the sundown? Or
yeah, like no? So the sundown town warning is we barely gonna tolerate you, but don't you let us catch your black ass here after dark because we're gonna fuck you up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's true. We went through a town in Missouri in the 90s. My husband was stationed at Fort Leonard Wood, which we call Fort Lofton Wood. Misery. It's misery. We went to help a girl. She was a classmate of mine. She had driven her car off the road, got hooked up on a stump or something. Anyway, my husband went in his truck to pull her out. And we parked, and he was hooking her car up to the truck, getting ready to pull her out. And this dude came down the hill from his house, white man. And he was hollering, waving his hat like, are we having trouble or whatnot? And my husband came around the side of the truck from the back. This man saw him and turned and took off at a dead run back to his house. And not 10 minutes later, it was a convoy of good old boys in their pickup trucks and their guns. And I was like, we are done. We're dead. It's over.
April, do you mind saying what state this took place in?
This was in Missouri back in the 90s.
Yeah.
Missouri's bad. It's really bad. And my husband.
Yeah. Missouri has a lot of racial tension. Have y'all ever seen that documentary
Let April finish. I was telling my husband what happened. He's just like acting like it's another day. He just continued doing what he was doing. Got the girl's car out, took it to her house. We sat down, had some tea with her, and then we went to back to it's a small town, back to there. He was putting gas in the truck. They are circling, honey. They following us everywhere. And I'm like, we fixing to die today. We're going to die today. And he's like, would you stop? He said, I've been black all my life. And I'll be continuing to be black. I ain't worried about these people. I'm like, it's truckloads. He's like, I can see what it is. You go back in this truck. And they escorted us all the way back to Fort Leonard Wood. All the way. Broad fucking daylight. Okay.
All right, now, if I can say this. If I can say this. Okay, so if I can say this. Because when I hear this story, all right, it doesn't sound like the people were being hostile to you guys. It sounds like.
Get the fuck out of here.
With guns? Are you okay? This is just what it sounds like to me, okay? It sounds like the gentleman saw you guys.
Somebody bang your wife and you would say
Sounds like he saw that y'all wasn't from the area, y'all needed help. And when then these guys came,
with guns. And
you said they had guns. Well, in rural areas, most people have guns in rural areas. That's not an uncommon thing.
She wasn't. Yeah, April,
this is the country. I'm from the country. I know when people come to help, what they look like. Can you hear my accent? I'm from the country. I know.
Okay, look, but what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying, sir.
We don't need you to try to explain this. Like, we understand.
Look, I'm not here for that.
What
I'm saying is
you don't have to be here for it. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I have a question for April, unrelated to this, because she did mention that she's from Missouri. April,
I'm not
have you heard?
Missouri.
Oh, okay. You're in.
No.
Oh, okay. Do you live? Oh, got it. Have you guys heard of the
military spouse? Or my husband's retired. We moved everywhere. We live in Alaska.
Got it. Have you guys ever heard of the Pruitt-Igoe Project, Miki?
What is that?
The Pruitt-Igoe Project was a project housing in St. Louis, Missouri, where they were trying to basically push Black people into a development that turned into a crime epicenter, and even the police that they stationed there had to close their offices and flee. It's a very, very devastating story in Black history in Missouri. So I
get it,
it's very
but
interesting.
you guys just kind of pushed me all the way off because I was trying to.
Hey,
speak
wait.
and make a
This is
point.
fucking Clubhouse. Please don't activate me, sir, because I don't give a good goddamn. Don't come up on this stage in this room trying to demand a voice because nobody's paying us.
All right,
and
I'm not
fucking give a damn.
I'm
Shut the
not
fuck
demanding
up.
anything.
We've moved on. This is not a room for content. We don't give a fuck. Okay? God damn. Doctor, I'm sorry, First Lady. I've been good all day. You should be very proud of me.
You have, and even then, I know you had some restraint there. So
Thank you. I think I did.
I know. I heard it. I heard the restraint. I heard it all in your voice. Mm-hmm.
But thank you. Can you put that in the chat, Adams? Because I've never heard of that. When did that happen?
I believe it was in the 1960s.
I mean, one day we're going to have the conversation about forced segregation in some areas and how.
I'm sorry, it was in the 50s.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Hey,
Dr. AG said
Dr. AG.
54, 55.
Oh, thank you, because I would have totally screwed up that name. Pruitt Ego. Let me go look it up. Thank you for bringing.
Yeah, I just put it in the chat. I watched a documentary on it. I think it's on Netflix. Sorry, lady. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a series on Netflix, and it interviewed people who live there. It talked about just the generational trauma of how it created. The intention of what they were trying to do, or what they played it off to the public, was just trying to give people a community-centered environment that was fostered, on subsidies, and it basically just turned into a model where people saw a rise of crime. People felt segregated from the rest of the community around them, and it almost created an ecosystem to where it was like crabs in the barrel, as many people colloquially say. So it was a disaster. It devastated families, and it actually is something that a lot of people take into consideration with the multi-family affordable housing model today. So that's kind of the reason why you have tax credit properties, where they try to blend families that are in need and middle or upper middle income housing communities. So yeah, it was actually a really impactful learning lesson to American urban development.
No black person, Mr. Klein, revels in other people's experiences like fucking weirdo. I am a black woman in Texas who was in corporate America for 30 years, and I am a black mother of 3 over 6 feet tall black young men. The fuck do you think if I experience racism? Are you serious right now?
And I am. Why do you?
Right. No, I'm okay though, and I am an outspoken black woman who very much assists with my community. So, are you serious?
Very much so. She does. So let me ask you this: do y'all think that this can happen again? I mean, based off of the direction that we're going in.
Yes.
I mean, do people want to get segregated?
Yes, it's already happening. If you look at Los Angeles, Miki and Lady, the subsidized supportive housing model is creating little Pruitt-Igoe projects around Los Angeles. So a lot of these luxury developers where people weren't paying rent during the pandemic, and they had projects that were, already in development that were supposed to be introduced into the market rate inventory. A lot of those developers have had to eat their ass and take city subsidies and turn those into supportive housing units. So, I mean, the same thing is happening again, lady. If you look at places around MacArthur Park, places in mid-city, around Hancock Park, which are beautiful, thriving areas that have had enough, trauma, in terms of the crime rates, ballooning up and down. And now families are finally starting to renovate homes and make it more of a livable suburban-like setting. So it is happening again. And I think a lot of people need to pay attention to it. You're moving a bunch of homeless people into luxury apartments and giving them services that aren't really helping them. And they're continuing to engage in drug use. They're continuing to engage in alcoholism, and it's not directly fixing the issue. So yes, it is going to happen again.
I mean, LA is just so. We were earlier talking about. Someone thought that like maybe an example for why the narrative is against migrants is because it's a housing issue, right? And I don't agree with that, but I mean, Los Angeles is just, California is just one of those weird places to me, same as New York. I just don't understand. It's so incredibly, ridiculously expensive, like just insanely expensive. I think I read a quote, and I've said this before a couple of years ago, that like New York and California accounted for like over 50% of the real estate prices or the valuations in the country. Like,
yeah, Miki, up the hill from where I live, there's like 5 or 6 homes that are on the market right now for over $100 million. Like it's insane. So the rental prices are going to take those values into consideration when you look at the people who are able to pay these housing prices. So yes, it's going through the roof. I mean, a 2-bedroom in a decent neighborhood in proximity to a decent school in this area is going to cost you anywhere from $3,500 a month to $4,000 a month.
Yeah, see, I don't understand that.
That's why y'all need to stay out of my city.
Oh, it's even worse up there. And if you look at the qualifications,
got the highest rents in the country now.
If you look at the qualification standards, Shauna and Miki, it's insane. You have to make anywhere from 2.5 to 3 times the rent. So if you're looking at a family, okay, of 3 or even 4 in Los Angeles, you have to make damn near $200,000 a year to be able to live in an area, in an apartment as a renter. Okay, just to be able to qualify for a unit. It is a problem. That's why so many people sit in traffic. People are going to places like Valencia, Orange County, Riverside. Like everybody laughs about that high-speed rail. Even as a Republican, I'm like, okay, well, that high-speed rail is going to bring families together. You know, the dad who's working a job in downtown LA is going to be able to be home on time for his kid's soccer game in Riverside County.
So then I think what you're saying is the segregation is more about classism, it sounds like to me, because if you can't afford it, you just can't afford it. And it doesn't seem like it's about the color. Whereas in these other places, or when I'm thinking about segregation, I'm thinking about segregation based off of, the color of your skin. So I've never experienced any of these things so far as in the sundown thingy. I've never been to a town like that. I don't want to be there, so I'm going to stay away. You guys tell me where it is. I'm not going. I'm okay. I don't have to go play around with the geese to find out what the gander got. You know what I mean? Like, I'm good with that.
No, I'm with you, First Lady. Like, when I was younger, I thought it was like, part of a mission to, we must fight this and we must fight that and there must be acceptance. And I remember I was in a year of high school in a small town, and I was like, people have died for the right, because they still had segregated proms. They had a black prom and they had a white prom. And some of my older relatives had to take me aside because they were like, baby girl, this is how things are done here. And some of us wanted that way. They didn't want to have a prom. They didn't want to have a mixed prom. They wanted to play their own music. And I remember I was like 16, and I was just like, but you can't have it that way, because I come from Houston, and they were just like, if you don't sit your big city ass down and leave us the fuck alone, like, don't come over here and try to march.
Was like that until maybe maybe 20 years ago, if that.
All I'm saying, some of those areas. Oh, go ahead first.
No, I was just saying that Mississippi stayed like that so far as in like the prom and everything. I think they merged. I want to say I saw a documentary that was something recent. It wasn't like they've been doing it. Mississippi kept their stuff separated as well.
Yeah, this was Southern Louisiana. Shout out to Opelousas and Lafayette. Yep, and they were like, ma'am, this is okay. We're fine. We're fine here. There are black churches and there are white churches. There's the black Catholic church and the white Catholic church. There was the black private school and the white private school. And that's why I hated it when I was a teenager, because I was like, it's like living, it's like it's the 1960s. I honestly don't think it's changed that much when I go home, to be perfectly honest. It hasn't. Probably never will.
I this too. I think I mentioned about the book from James Loden on sundown towns, and I think the towns that made a transition, they had different things going for it. Like I didn't know this growing up, but Valparaiso, Indiana, which is about at least a half hour from where I am, from Gary, did not know that was a sundown town at one point. And the irony of it is that the mayor, Richard Hatcher, if I remember correctly, I want to say he was I think he operated in Valparaiso at one point. I'm not sure if he was born there or what have you, but I'd have to double check that. I keep getting that confused with Michigan City. But the point is that some towns were able to shed it because they found, not that they actively did, but it took a number of things to kind of make the shift. Like for Valparaiso, there's a university there. And it took a while for that university, as that university kind of grew. It's not as big as Purdue or Indiana University, but it grew enough where if you have a university, you attract students, you attract people that are not necessarily, to be polite, they're not necessarily thinking about, this is our area and we don't want you in here. They're a little bit more open to it. Whereas with Martinsville, the one murder that happened in '68, they had a reputation for a long time. Even when Indiana had, and they still do this every year. There's a basketball championship. There was a brouhaha about 30 years ago where this high school from Martinsville had to be banned for like a few years.
What's a brouhaha? That brouhaha, yeah.
I'm just trying to throw a word in. It's nice. It's more like it was controversial because their basketball team, for whatever reason, went after the kids in Carmel. Carmel in Indiana is a very, very highly affluent suburb, but it's also very, very diverse. And they were going after some of the students of color, and it got ugly enough where the whole school was banned out of the high school championship system, and that's a big deal for Indiana. It's a source of pride for a town to play in the state championships. And I'll say this, and I'll land real quickly. Even one of my friends, I had to talk a friend out of taking a job in Martinsville. They weren't telling him that. They told me it was a suburb of Indianapolis, when Martinsville, that's like to give you the analogy, that's like telling somebody that San Diego is a suburb of Los Angeles. It's in the area for Indianapolis, but it's not that close. The recruiter thought that because my friend went to a black school, he thought it would be okay for that person to be there. And I told him, I said, no, don't do that. This is the 90s. I said, don't do that. So I say all this to say some towns still have the reputation because they've continued it. Others have been able to transition. But you still, I think as a person of color, as we said before, you still watch your step because there are places that that they should not be trying to intimidate or approach you at all. And some places have not really reformed as much as they should have. So I hope that's a little bit.
So the states are in favor of these actions in these towns called sundown?
I don't think they are. I think what's happening in the last, I would say, in the last 20 to 30 years in particular, they're trying to shed the image a lot more because they realize that's keeping that. First of all, the towns that are doing that, it keeps them limited. Nobody's going to live in some place where you have to worry about being assaulted. And most towns now realize that as the country is getting much more diverse, there is an economic, I don't want to say a carrot for lack of a term, but there's sort of an economic incentive for them to be to shed that as much as possible. There's some towns in Indiana, Illinois, and there's probably other places in here, but those two states in particular, and I think Ohio, there's some towns that really have started to kind of push that, hey, come here, we're affordable, we welcome people, we're trying to, and there's some towns, Martinsville itself has tried to shed that image. So I think there's a little bit of an incentive. It's just not, sometimes it's not the right incentive to kind of change. It's sort of a catch-22 where, the towns know they need to change. It's not a great incentive, but it's an incentive. And I think that's all that they have, because some of these towns are sort of isolated. They're not really near a suburb or even let alone a city to really draw people in. And I think most towns are trying to figure out that if they don't do anything, they will die just being known being as a sundown town. So it's kind of it's popular kind of with the I'm not sure if I'm saying this correctly, but I think there's some places that are realizing it. It's just some places that realized it better had other things in place to help to develop and help move past it.
Well,
Damn, somebody said that it's in California as well. And Dr.
There's
Jim
some in New
Hayes
York,
has
too.
Really? Stop by.
Yeah. So I live in North Carolina right now in Charlotte, and there's a lot in North Carolina, South Carolina. There's a lot in Virginia. There's a lot in Georgia and all that. And a lot of times when y'all traveling down 85 and 95 and all that, a lot of people are not paying attention, but you can see the changes. If you're going down 77, especially in the rural, because most sundown towns are in rural areas where all the people grew up together. And so there's a limited amount of black people or no black people. And the reason why sundown towns is a problem is because they can't get money off of tourism or people coming through for gas and stuff like that when they're trying to, they don't want this type of race to come through the area. That's slowing down the amount of money that they can use to build up the area. But some people are okay with that. They're okay with their, having their land and fishing and farming and doing all their, rural stuff or country stuff, whatever the term is. As far as New York, the reason why I found that out before I moved to the South, I grew up in New York. I grew up in Westchester County, right outside of the city. And so once I got a car, I was everywhere. And so I used to go to upstate New York, past Albany and all that. And what people don't tell you is the closer you get to the Canadian border, that's where all the sundown towns are. Because even those towns up there, a lot of them don't even have a local police station. They are policed by the state troopers of New York. And so I met a girl in college, I was in college like for a couple semesters or whatever, and I met a girl in college, and she was cool. We wasn't, she was white, we wasn't dating or nothing, but she was cool with all the black guys, her and her friends. And so we went to a place called Malone. And Malone is upstate New York. And when we got into that town to go visit them, we got chased by a truck full of white people. Okay? But it was dark. We came out there in the dark. We got chased by a truck full of white people. And maybe right before that happened, we got pulled over and searched by a state trooper. And they asked us, what are we doing up in this area? Right? We go there, we hang out with them, we spend the night there. Once we get past the whole part, we going back home to Hudson Valley. And as soon as we get, and this is during the day going back, as soon as we were driving, state trooper pulled us over again. Got us out the car. Yeah. Like if my mom would have knew it back then, she would have, you know what I'm saying? But I had a car, I was feeling myself, I was all over the place. And they searched our car. And they found I was working like part-time at UPS, so I had all the blades in there, all the box cutters in the glove compartment. They found all of those. So they were like, either you give us all the box cutters or you're going to jail. And then I got mad. I'm like, why you keep stopping us? It's like, well, we stop a lot of people to make sure they're not trafficking drugs out of here, because this is what they do. They come through Canada and they're bringing drugs into New York. And so, so that's why I came up, because I always be in this room and it's good conversations. But I just wanted to let y'all know that sundown towns don't only exist in the South or in the Midwest. They're actually in the Northeast.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, this is crazy. Dr. Jen said something over here. She said that even the restaurants won't serve you over in Indiana. Wow, that's crazy. So how would you know? Like, do they put the signs on the door? Y'all playing with me? What's going on?
You gotta really pay attention. Like you can see the changes. Like I went to Louisville, Kentucky. Where I went to was, I guess, like I was on the border of Louisville, Kentucky, Indiana. I didn't know that Indiana was right there, and it's three different states that is like right there at Louisville, Kentucky. And on the way there, when you get in Kentucky, you can see it. Like you can see, so when you need gas and stuff, I'm driving, and I do music, so I go on from state to state. And if I see things start changing, or it look a little bit different, or it look like it's not really city-like or suburban-like that is up to code, I don't pull in.
Kind of like on that show, Game of Thrones, where they say, it is known, First Lady. I lived in Texas and grew up in Louisiana, and there's just places you just don't go. Especially when I was growing up, where I did, because most of my friends were Black people. And so I had a lovely moniker they liked to call me, and it followed you into towns like that too. So even we weren't safe to go in there. For real. And then when I was dating my girlfriend, because I had a girlfriend for 7.5 years, I lived in Livingston, Texas. I had to go drop some paperwork off for my child care, because I was getting help with child care, so we could work. And that fucking office was in Jasper. And so my girlfriend and I got in the car, and I said, okay, here's the plan. We're going to pull up. You're going to stay in the car and keep it running. And I'm going to run in, take the paperwork in, and run out, and we get the fuck out of here. She's like, okay. So before we even got to Jasper, we filled up the car, no freaking lie. We pulled up at that office. I ran in. The minute that lady took my name and asked me what I needed and took that paper, I said, is that all you need? She said, yes. And my ass was out of there, and we went right back down the road. Because they don't like gays there. They don't like nobody that's not white. No, they don't play.
What city was that? What city?
They don't like gays and anybody that's not white.
Right, what city?
Jasper. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's just one of them. I grew up in Louisiana, and there's little pockets all over Louisiana. It is known.
I wonder why people born like that. That's crazy.
It's just in the blood. Like it's just it's just some of those families have been that way.
It's their environment.
Yeah. And most all of them are also in red states, so it's not like they're getting a whole fuck ton of pushback.
I grew up with racist family, of course. I came from Kentucky back in the hills, of course. I'm racist. But, oh my goodness. I just can't imagine that level of hate in this time. You don't like somebody because of the color of their skin is crazy to me. It's just...
This is America.
That's why I live over here in Nevada. It's not the best, but it is better. That's all.
I mean, First Lady,
California got some crazy racist folks in places.
That's what they saying in the chat. I'm like,
in the mountains, got some crazy hillbilly white folks.
I mean, it's always been on Black people to be so accepting, right? And a lot of Black people are pushing back against that. Like, I have family members that have in their wills, similar to what I've seen from other people professionally, that if they don't marry a Black person, then they're not going to inherit, because a lot of wealthy white people have done that for generations. So, I mean, it's like, I'm just, it's like be overt with it, because I just don't think it's my responsibility to convince anybody to accept me because I'm Black. Fuck you. Go on about your business. And I'll go on about mine. Like, tis what it is.
The good thing about those areas, though, is that most of them, you can carry your own gun.
oh, Lord.
Yeah.
I know I didn't just going to say that, but it's just,
okay.
like in New York, you can't carry your gun. You know what I'm saying? But down there in those areas, Kentucky, Tennessee, all that, you can carry a gun. So
well, technically, you can carry a gun anybody. People just want to open carry and show people, but you can hide a weapon, and
No, I'm just saying it's legal to carry a gun in Kentucky and Tennessee and those places, North Carolina, but it's not legal in New York.
But most people who have a gun don't have it properly registered anyway. That's what I'm saying.
Man, I was so bummed out. I wanted to one day move to Ramona, California, because, my name's Ramona. I thought that would be groovy as hell. Miss First Lady, you know who the fuck lives in Ramona, California?
Huh.
A bunch of old-ass white retired folks.
Okay.
That ain't for
White
me.
retired folks are fun.
That's not for me, though.
They go swimming all day long. They call themselves doing aerobics.
They call the
They eat
police
jello.
black people when they see them walking.
Exactly. I can't be doing
I
that.
call the police on them too. What's going on?
I'll be end up getting an elder side charge.
Sure. I play a good Karen. I don't know what you talking about.
I don't like that black guy that was in the park where they recorded and that white lady was literally lying. Saying, remember oh, hell no. See, I'm like,
What was she saying?
That was Central Park, I think, actually, right?
Yeah, she was lying. She was basically doing Oh, y'all tell the story from the man.
Those black women are weird as fuck. I don't even get them bitches. I don't know what happened to them.
I think he was just walking his dog, right?
Dog unleashed. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was just saying that I was just backing you up that he was walking his dog or some shit.
I think she had the dog. Did he have a dog or he was just in the park?
Or maybe her dog did his. It was something like. But
She's just doing the bird watching and she had the dog on.
Yeah, and then she started like, I'm going to call them and tell them that you did this to me, and then she started performing. But he was taping the whole thing.
Oh, snap. Did they get her for falsifying her report?
And she...
Good.
And guess what the crazy thing was? And you can back me up if I'm wrong, but I think she was the head of like the New York division of the medical joint.
I think she was at a finance place. But what happened was, so it was in 2020. It was Christian Cooper, a black bird watcher, and Amy Cooper, who was a Karen. Christian Cooper asked her to leash her dog. Amy Cooper called 911 and falsely claimed that an African-American man was threatening her. And the crazy thing is, like, she was telling him that she was going to, and she knew it. She knew that calling the police and saying these things, could basically threaten his life. So she did it in retaliation. That's the crazy part. Like, she was basically telling him, I have this power over you, and you did something that I don't like. How dare you speak to me in this manner or tell me this? And I am basically going to call and I'm going to get the police here. And she told them that, an African-American man was harassing her and threatening her. And she did the whole voice thing. Did y'all watch the video? It was fucking insane. Like, she did it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it was like, bro.
Wow.
And, of course, he did the same. And he's a good guy, but I was pissed because he didn't go in on her. He carried it with grace. He didn't want to press fucking charges, which pissed me off even more. Like, bruh, you could have been fucking killed. Yeah, but he was like, taking the high road and and whatever.
Pissing everybody off.
Yes.
But she had to
and
get
I was
fired
like,
from her
what?
job, though.
You could have fucking been killed. And she's still playing victim, talking about, I live in fear every day. Bitch, please. You did. Ooh, child. Well, she started fake crying and everything. It was crazy.
She apologized at some point, but the damage was done already. She had got like fired and all that shit. So then she started trying to apologize, like it wasn't nothing, whatever. And they're like, well, we have you on camera. You were performing, like he was taping the whole thing from the part when she said she was going to do it. So she was done. That was black social media.
Bullshit with the chat.
Oh.
They're so fucking delusional, man.
That's okay.
I think it's pretty funny to assume that nobody in this room has seen a KKK robe because you're wrong. And I've not been blind my whole life. And I grew up in rural Louisiana, so bet your ass I've seen a white robe and a hood, a few of them, in fact. So, yeah, there are people here, and I'm 48, so I've been here long enough on this earth to have witnessed some crazy ass shit. And growing up in the South, you do see robes. So, you guys might want to think about what you're typing in the chat before you type.
And actually, it's more dangerous now because they're in plain clothes. They just came through Charlotte in plain clothes, like just recently, about the lady from Ukraine getting killed on the transit thing. So they're walking around in plain clothes. That makes it even more dangerous.
That's the thing people have been complaining about with ICE. I believe the man who was pulled over drunk, we talked about last week, who claimed to be ICE, ended up not being ICE after all. He was just impersonating. And I'll be damned if I'm stopping for any of them that don't. No, they shouldn't be allowed to do that. They should have to show their face. They should have to tell you who they are, show a badge number. No, we're not getting dragged out nowhere and thrown in something else. There's too many crazy people out here.
Well, I just want y'all to know that it is. Oh my goodness! Wait a minute. Is that 1, 2? Let me get my glasses on. I don't have. It says 12:18. It is 12:18 a.m. right here, Eastern Standard Time. Tomorrow we will be doing the 107 days, if I haven't already told you. But we will continue to listen to 107 Days with Kamala Harris. I believe we're on like the 32nd day to the election. So we're going to go ahead and finish that up tomorrow. Please join us for that discussion. We will be streaming and here on Clubhouse as well as on Chatter. So it should be a lot of fun, being the fact that is our last chapter or last session on this particular book. But we want to also continue this. We want to continue the series of listening to books, audio books, that is. Something of substance, no smut, thank you. So we want to have a conversation. Oh, I guess we can read one of yours. We can make it spicy.
All my stuff is smut. I would never tell y'all my smut name.
No, I'm just saying, on a Friday, maybe we can listen to something.
Some
we don't need to know the author. Huh?
Some Zane.
Zane's still writing?
Is he? I think so. I think so. Anybody watching that TV show on HBO? Man, I used to love that series. That series is good.
That's a mess.
I haven't seen a KKK robe, but I did see a cross, a big ass, like 12-foot cross, driving to Shreveport from Houston. And it was like 3 a.m. and it scared the fuck out of me. A big ass fucking cross in the front yard. And I was like, holy shit.
One of my foster parents was in the KKK.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
So not only did I see them once, but every time I opened their closet.
They had the heavy robes. So have you ever heard of Ann Atwater before? You know who Ann Atwater is?
That sounds familiar.
She's the lady that worked with the head of the KKK back in the late 70s, early 80s.
When David Duke first took over, or
I don't know if David
Duke.
So. But all I know is that she's a black woman, and they worked together eventually, and they were able to end segregation in some of the areas of schools in Mississippi.
Yeah, she worked with one guy. I remember I just read something about it. She worked one-on-one with one person, and he came around. But the KKK did a march in College Station when I was in school.
That was Durham, First Lady. It was North Carolina.
North Carolina, okay.
Durham, yeah.
They had a movie about her.
And Taraji P. Henson played in it.
Wow.
Yeah.
You
can tell a black person that you're not racist, and then they won't believe you.
What?
Well, because it's not something you say. Is that Mr. Klein?
Oh, Mr. Klein, you made it on stage.
Oh, I thought that was our resident black person. Oh, I didn't know he was white.
Let him talk.
Okay, go ahead. Well, you know what? We can have some content for the
Master
world.
ceremony. Go ahead, Mr. MC.
If we really care about racism, then we can't just advocate for your own race. You have to advocate for the abolishment of racism and other races, right? So, what about the plight of Asian people, the plight of other countries that are marginalized people? That's when I think about people that really care about it. It's you can advocate for other people, other than yourself. So, I'm white. And that's just
never forget
something that you never.
I mean, I'm blind and I got it.
Well, I say I'm white, but I've never taken a test. You know what I mean? As far as like.
You never taken a test? What are you talking about? He said.
Or like a race test, you know what I mean?
Oh my.
So maybe I might not be, I don't know.
Well, where do you buy it from? CVS? Or Walgreens? Where do you get the race test at?
Well, I think you can get a.
Please tell me you're talking about Ancestry.
Yeah, Ancestry.
Oh, thank you, Jeepers.
Well, what do your parents look like? You don't know if you're white?
Well, they're white, yeah.
Okay. So where did you come from?
Not all white people are the
It's
same.
like 50 Shades of Grey.
I mean, but are you Native American?
No.
Then do you know where your ancestors
You don't sound like white-ish.
Because unless you're Native American, then you're not. How many generations have y'all been American?
Are you full white?
Since Ellis Island.
So
he's full on.
So like 135%.
He ain't no fool.
135 years.
He don't sound.
You gotta be trolling.
Lady he is.
The Western country is origin. If y'all came
He don't
from
sound
Ellis
fully.
He
He don't sound Lily. I'll say that.
Yeah, he's not Lily.
I mean, but there is no white in America unless you're like an immigrant from somebody else. Because
I'm Scottish,
been here
and
so
so
many hundred
there's
years.
white when you're Scottish. Me. So.
I mean, yeah, but y'all are diluted blood in America. That's why. And now I'm saying this as a Louisiana Creole. Like, we are authentically French and Spanish. Like, white Americans are just as mixed baskets as black people.
That is Jamaican. That's not.
So before
isn't Creole? Creole is brown.
So
don't get
Creole
mad.
is not necessarily brown. Creole, you got
back, and I am the absolute white mutt. Okay, I will tell you that now. Northwest European French. Thank you.
So before you guys get off track here, so Creole can mean two things, right? There's Louisiana Creole.
Y'all ain't even white.
But that's what I'm saying. The further back you go in generations, you have more and more and more people. It's just like people saying, out of 400 ancestors, one of them was from Scotland. Like, what the fuck?
Right.
And no, you can't really claim that. So I'm gonna be in my arrogant culture bag here. So Mr. Klein is gone.
Well, mine is 42% Scottish.
I thought we were gonna have some fun. Oh man.
Before you all, especially Ramona, hello. So, hey, Mickey, I didn't know that she was Rob from Around the Way.
Ramona, the fuck?
But it's like a lot of folks believe the kind of thing that MC said, right? And that is, it's like, well, if you're black and you're against racism, then you should be pro against racism and other races. Like, it's a disingenuous, like, fake argument, right? Like, it's like saying Black Lives Matter, and then you think all lives matter. I mean, yeah, but that ain't what the fuck I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? And even if he's not just trolling, there are lots of people that believe that kind of rhetoric. Like, well, if you believe this, you should believe all this other stuff. I do, or maybe, but that ain't what the fuck I'm talking about. And so that's part of the problem that exists in some of these folks having these conversations.
Yeah, I mean, he's trolling. I don't take him seriously. But I learned this as a child. To ask people what is their country of origin. And I figured out very quickly that most people can't go beyond 3 generations. They can't name their great-grandparents on all sides, like beyond 3 generations. Because you're a generation, right? Then your parents, and then your grandparents, and then your great-grandparents. And I'm like, most people can't go beyond that 3rd generation to name their grandparents' parents. So, Mr. Klein, what is your main country of origin? Do you know? Because most white people don't even know.
I was born in America.
Oh, but you're not native to the land unless you're a Native American. You don't know?
Well, yeah, but I'm not. I can't care about that, you know.
Oh, why not? If you want to,
the United States, we signed treaties with all the natives.
Oh, you signed treaties. You signed treaties with the natives, so now you're English.
With the United States.
United States. Every one of them. So you represent the United States. Well, most of the founding fathers were not, born here either, right? They were. Alexander Hamilton. He was an immigrant to this country. But most of the founding fathers, didn't they, come from England? I'm just saying.
Yes,
the
but
Mayflower. The Mayflower, the Puritans, yeah.
Right.
You didn't know that? Christopher Columbus, in 1492, Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue. You didn't know that?
Yeah, and the Louisiana Purchase.
Right.
Yeah. But we bought that from the French. Right.
Where'd you come from? That's what I'm asking. How are you going to embrace other cultures when you don't even embrace your own? That's what I want to know.
Well, my culture is America.
But where'd you come from before America? America is one of the youngest countries to exist.
Well, I came from America,
Oh.
And then we came to Ellis Island. We came from Europe.
Just Europe? All of Europe? The whole continent? Europe? Really?
Yeah, we immigrated from Europe. Yep. But
I don't even know.
A lot of people taught. I was taught we all bleed blood, and we need to be polite to each other.
We all bleed blood. Well, when did you learn that?
Yeah. Well, since
when you
day
touch
one.
yourself?
Well, that's there's no race. We all bleed blood. We're all humans. Gotta be good. So a lot of people.
We all bleed blood. Okay.
A lot of people want you to think you're a victim, but you're not a victim. You're a human. You're an American citizen, and we have every opportunity that everybody else has, and you have to really think that way. You can't. As soon as you start thinking that you're a victim, then you are a victim.
So why do you keep referring to yourself as we when you're talking to a group of people that you're not a part of?
American
folks that were victims.
You're not victims. And you should
but
think
why
of
do you think? Why are you putting that on other people? Did someone
because
say
it was
that
white people.
Excuse me, sir. You can't answer the question if you don't know.
What's going on? Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm asking, when did you hear someone in this space claim that they were a victim?
Well, we're talking about
what
going to sundown towns.
Okay.
The plight.
So does that mean that they don't exist?
They're soft. They're saying that they're a soft victim of sundown towns.
So
but you're not a victim. You have to.
Excuse me. Did anybody use that word?
Nope.
Okay, that's number one. Someone telling their experience and their stories makes them automatically the victim versus being victorious as saying that I'm grateful that I did not get caught up in what could have happened. You see how your mind is twisted? You're trying to make and come into a space and make people victims who haven't claimed to be victims. versus being able to actually hear the victorious sound of saying, listen, I'm glad this did not happen to me, but I did go through this and I did experience it. But that's what happens when you come around people that you don't normally communicate with, and then you come with your preconceived notions and assume that this is what it is. And then when people start usually using profanity and cussing you out, then you walk around thinking that you're right. So I'm hoping that this experience tonight allows you to see a different perspective. Go ahead.
Or if I go to a horse stable and I get kicked by the horse because I'm not following logical rules, and you can't spook a horse and get by a horse, and you can't say like, well, you can't then like veer into the future say like, I know everything about horses and horses are just a terrible place and you can't go to stable.
What in the hell?
Rubber snakes so you get bit, bro.
Horses.
So your experiences, your individual experiences is not necessarily the entire worldview of a certain thing. So, like...
Are we in kindergarten right now?
And then instead of you receiving what I just said and sitting on it, you're here trying to argue your white privilege and trying to make me see your point. I think that's very rude of you, sir.
It's not really white privilege.
It is because it is you thinking that you have white privilege to come in here and bring your ideas and force them onto people.
Well, we came to this country. Rude. We came to this country on a boat when there was wilderness, and then we fought off of our to become independent people. The American people.
Is we?
Devils. The
Americans.
Yeah. He didn't come here.
The Americans came here to America. What's going on? Are you smoking some dope? What's happening?
Dog food today.
He fought somebody first lady. He was born and went to play video games in the basement. He ain't fought nobody for shit.
Did you hear what he said?
In the first winter,
he said, we Americans came here to America. How can you be coming from some place that isn't America and then call yourself American?
Yo, we were having a good conversation. Don't let them derail you.
You going downtown tomorrow?
You're right, Ken, because guess what? I'm about to close this mic.
Don't be a victim.
Shut up! All right, tell your mother don't be a victim. Have a good night.
Yo, we good?
What'd you say?
Tell me that Axe is DJing tomorrow before the game, whatever.
Okay, send me the info.
Alright.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just...
Yeah, y'all have great rooms. Like, don't let these people come in and derail if they don't got the mental intelligence to have a conversation with you.
Facts. Yeah, so in my res voice, I'm gonna mute. Somebody cash at me 50. Thank you. Appreciate that.
As soon as the shutdown is over, First Lady, and cash app.
Every time somebody say, and I'm going on mute, they're going to have to cash app us $50. I swear to God, she said that at least 50 times a day. I'm going on mute.
Yeah, she keep coming off mute.
That's a fact.
It's just the caucasity for me. That's why I was like,
I love you.
Yo, I'm writing that shit down. The caucasity. That's a classic.
I did not come up with that, but yeah, the caucasity.
We came here and it was nothing but woods, okay? And we cut that shit down and we fought the woods. And
I know. And why did they feel so comfortable coming up here? Don't be a victim. Get the fuck out of here. But yeah, it's just the derailing for me. But anywho, whoop-de-doo. Y'all, it is going to be Halloween next weekend. This year has gone by too damn fast. Golly, gee willikers.
Should be Halloween.
So my oldest son is super for here.
Oh my God, that was amazing.
Oh, shut up, Chet. You didn't come over here to get us. Get out of here.
I went to a funeral. My friend passed away.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And then we watched. That's okay. But it was amazing.
And then you're going to come see. You see how you just wrote me in? See, this is nasty work. You play on my emotions by saying, I just came from a funeral. And I said, oh, my God.
Oh, my God. And it was amazing.
And then, oh, my God, it was amazing.
Oh, wait a minute. Ray is supposed to be here. I sweated out every bit of curl in my hair. I was a gangster for one night. It was amazing. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I was like shaking my ass. It was awesome.
Wait a minute, so you was at the verses? Wait a minute, what's going on?
No. And
okay, so the funeral was amazing?
I was talking about the verses. But the funeral was amazing because I got Congressman.
What's happening? These people keep leaving me out with the alcohol.
I'm telling you,
I don't like
verses.
that.
Somebody got killed. Stop Patty. You was watching the verses too, goddamn. Y'all didn't watch it?
You know what? That did it.
Them trying to catch their breath on stage.
Reformed, hold me back, sis.
Get it, hold on.
People was jogging in front of
Lord, I'm about to jump.
I know he tired.
You
gotta be a good example for me, First Lady. I'm about to let you go. I'm about to grab an eyelash. Stop, don't do it. Your hair too pretty.
Let me take my eyelash off.
And then, let me hold some boobs. Because God bless you. I said that off the mic. Your hair look too good. You know, it's just gotta. All right, we back.
Somebody said Master P got in 10,000 steps tonight.
Yeah, he did.
Master P hit the stage. He wouldn't stop jogging.
Then they had to take him to the back. Somebody said he wore out his Apple Watch for the day, and I was dying. You met your goal. He got one of them. He got one of them. We still lost, and what Silk the Shocker talking about, everybody was confused, but everybody was running in place. It was awesome.
It was awesome, but it let you know that even though Silk the Shocker had hits, that motherfucker could not rap for shit.
He doesn't.
Oh my God. That nigga must have been the worst rapper in history.
He gotta be. He had the mic in front of his mouth. And he was jumping, and I was like, this remind me of when I used to follow them around.
I wanted to see their faces, yo.
Because I followed them around. You can still watch it.
The motherfucker couldn't even rap his records with him. It was fucking crazy.
It was crazy.
I don't want to be your friend.
Oh, you go on Apple TV. You can Apple TV because we. But everybody said Mia X was the winner of the night. She was the freaking winner of the night, and she let these female rappers know y'all ain't shit. It was amazing. Clothes, yes, she did. I heard she. Yeah, I was. It took me back to my thug days. It was amazing.
Snoop did his thing too. No mic.
And Snoop came out. Yeah.
And then Juvenile really showed that he really is a true star. Like, he really was.
He's the MVP of the night for me. Because Cash Money couldn't do much without Juvie. And Juvenile came to Korea, Patty.
Yeah, they got
him to come to Korea. Oh, girl, and I did a whole crab boil for him.
Yeah, they got.
I was crying from the PX, but still, from the commissary, but still, I did a whole crab boil. Now, did y'all see Tamar's messy ass wiping the sweat off of baby's head? Talking about I represent for my sister. No, your thirsty ass, your messy ass.
She grabbed the mic like 3 times out of his hand.
Why the? But I mean, her ass is messy as hell. Come on now, girl. You do not need to wipe the sweat off of that man's head just because he married to your sister. No, ma'am. Absolutely not. I hope Tony cuss her ass out real good.
But he needed intervention, man. I've been watching this show.
She keeps talking about she divorcing him and keep get back together. Real quick, Patty, can you place the politically correct link at the top, please. Some people got in the back channel asking for that. Okay. It looks like 31% wins or 33% wins the vote. Only if the Republicans pass the subsidy bill. Okay? So Republicans, talk to your people. Get these subsidies together. I appreciate you. I'm sorry, Mr. Ken, you were saying something?
No, I was just saying that Baby looks sick, man. Like, he looked like he's on heavy drugs. And I've been watching him doing a lot of tours and stuff and just like stopping in the middle of the tour, and you know, he needs some help.
But how he gonna call out Turk and not call out Wayne ass?
He's mad at Turk because I heard they tried to they had a tour and they tried to undercut him or
Turk
give him something low. Yeah, and so I mean, I got into an argument in another room about it, and I was just saying, like, because I didn't know that. I knew that part, but didn't know that part. I was saying that, you know, a lot of those guys don't really get paid shows and opportunities and endorsements like that anymore, because they're not really relevant like that unless they're doing tours together. So my thing was, for Turk, I would have put my feelings to the side and fucking came there so I could be on television so the shit could help my brand. So I can get these paid shows without these guys. But, you know...
Legally, he couldn't. It was like Wayne. That's one of the reasons why Wayne didn't show up.
Oh, gotcha.
That crowd was whack as hell.
No, something's funny because Wayne is doing the after party right now.
Because they're still... So even though they came to an agreement on certain songs... See, I ain't gonna say that. I'll just say they came to agreement on certain songs, but they haven't come to a full agreement. And so Wayne was not coming, and that's why they didn't play. They played like certain, I think they played like 2 of his verses in a song, maybe 1. Other than that, they weren't cleared. He still is not getting money from the songs that they wanted to play. So that's why they didn't play him. And they weren't willing to pay him. But I mean, those should be cash money songs. They should be like...
but Wayne owns the songs. Wayne, if it's Wayne Records, like if it's his own records, he owns the masters to that. That was forfeited in that lawsuit that they had.
He has joint.
Right.
But even the early music, like when Wayne was like...
just so you know, I work his records.
Who negotiated that deal?
I work his records, and that's the reason why we couldn't put out anything until that was done. Right? We couldn't put out Carter 5 until they gave him back his masters and all that. So
you know Mel Smith?
Yes. Yep. I know Mel. I know Malcolm Miles. I know everybody. I've been doing this for like 22 years. So
we know this whole service.
So my thing is like, unless you're referring to the records that he's featured on the other Cash Money artists, I just think there's some type of thing going on behind the scenes. Because why would you not do the show? And your manager's on the stage. His manager is Fee, that manages NBA Youngboy. Your manager's on the stage, but you don't do the show, but you're doing the after party at Dre's?
Yeah, but Wayne's been a little... I saw somebody put a comment that said we really lost Wayne. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but Wayne is giving Kanye vibes to me. I don't know.
I heard that, but you know what I tend to do? Sometimes I try to go see for myself. I heard all these bad reviews about Wayne and his show. He came to Charlotte a couple weeks ago. I went to the show. They gave me tickets. And the only issue with Wayne was that he got on the stage late. He got on the stage 2 hours late. But when he hit the stage and he was doing his show,
I heard he was on it.
He was amazing. I thought they said we're gonna get a whole rock show. He did all the rap hits. So he played the guitar during it, but I'm just like, so sometimes people are over exaggerated, or maybe they're telling the truth and just the particular show they went to was horrible. But from my experience, I've never seen him live before. That was my first time.
Kendrick put a battery in his back. Like, the problem that I had is when they attacked Kendrick for being chosen for the Super Bowl, because the Super Bowl always picks the artist that's, hot right now, like outside of Rihanna, because they've probably been trying to get Rihanna forever. But I'm like, Wayne, bro, how many artists have performed in New Orleans and you never came at them like that?
Right.
Like, come on. I swear to God that was like the first time the Super Bowl was in New Orleans and he wasn't chosen. And then he has not calmed Nicki Minaj's ass down. So for whatever reason, now you got her attacking Beyonce, which somebody need to check in on her.
It's weird because she's not really signed to the. I don't know how to explain it to you. Like,
child, well, she got Wayne.
She's really on her own right now. That's why all that is happening.
She's not with Cash Money.
Yeah, like that's what I'm trying to say. Everybody thinks she's still with Cash Money, and she's really not.
Well, she been ranting. Did y'all see that rant she had with Cardi B? Like, I literally watched that on Twitter, and I was like, oh, this girl done lost her fucking mind. She done lost her damn mind. And she was like, Wayne. But that's when she really started attacking Jay-Z outside of whatever happened with her and Tidal was because of the Super Bowl thing. And I was like, now, Nikki, you doing too much, child. Anyway, that's just my opinion.
But here's the thing, though. You're right in your response, right? But imagine if they would have did this tonight at the Super Bowl with all the artists from No Limit or Cash Money. Nobody missing. Everybody there. And then you bring in the other Louisiana acts like my boy Cupid. I got the Cupid Shuffle. Everybody around the world knows the Cupid Shuffle.
Yeah.
You bring in a band that do the, what do they call that? The second line, third line?
Second line.
Right. You bring in a band
and they should have had some Zodi code too. Shit.
Oh, they in the beginning they did, and they had Harry Connick Jr. So they had trombone Shorty with Harry Connick Jr. My daddy didn't from Louisiana, so there's that. But they had them with Harry Connick Jr. in the opening act to the Super Bowl.
I'm just saying that it would have been a movie. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that, I don't know. I would have preferred that. But, you know, Kendrick did his thing too, you know. But I think they thought of it as a smack in the face because Drake is from the Cash Money camp, from the YMC. So, like, that's kind of like a smack in the face to do it in New Orleans.
That's how I met Mel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know some people.
Well, I agree. But, I mean, like, I wasn't offended that, you know, because they did do a lot of the local shout-outs prior to the Super Bowl. So I will say that. Like, they had, what did they have, Southern, or did they have a group of the bands? They had, like, the schools there, which, of course, is intrinsic to Louisiana, the bands. Because, honestly, like, Northern Louisiana is never represented in anything.
I just think they should have just sold, to me, they should have just showed everybody the soul of your state. Like, I wouldn't even have Boozy there doing the Wipe Me Down. I would have had Webby doing the Independent.
Oh, just, but you know, like, that's still a lot of beef. Like, Boosie is that, but that's Northern.
Yeah, no, but like, I'm just saying in general, y'all got a lot of good things going on from out there. Like, you know, as far as music-wise.
Yeah, that's why we were saying earlier it should have been the Dirty, Dirty South. They should have did Texas versus Louisiana. I think that would have been cooler. Like Swisher House and
oh yeah, that would have been dope.
J Prince label versus No Limit and.
But it's not that long. It's kind of short, right? Like that time period when they perform. It's
very short. They cheap. Yeah, it could be like an all-day conference or something. I mean, in my opinion, because I still go see those old school performances. Hell, I think a couple of weeks ago, I bought my tickets before Nelly decided to go pro-Trump. But I went to see Nelly, Chingy, I can't remember who the other artist was. But Nelly did actually a really good show. And I like how everybody is doing those meet and greets, because I was going to do it for my aunt, because she's a huge Nelly super fan, but they closed it off pretty quickly. But it was only like $300, not $1,000 like Chris Brown.
Yeah, Chris Brown got everybody want to do those meet and greets now.
Well, to be honest, they always did, but more like at the Vegas shows. But I'm glad, like, I read something years ago that, like, I'm a Gen X fan and I have discretionary income. So I've already, like, I flew to Vegas. That was the first time I went to Vegas actually to see New Edition when they did their little residency, right? So
then, by the way, I just got like an alert about it.
Yes, I was telling chat that Tony Braxton, New Edition, and Boyz II Men. Tony Braxton is the only one I haven't seen perform.
That's my uncle's concert.
I love that.
That's the Black Coalition Collective.
Black Promoters Collective. That's my uncle, Gary Gidry.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I know Walter and everybody else there sent it to me. Yeah.
Jack, send me some tickets then. February 27th.
Where you stay?
February 27th in Charlotte.
Where you stay?
In Charlotte.
Yeah. The tickets go on sale Halloween. So yeah, Chad, I want to get backstage. Well, I got you. You come with me. It's April 6th. Cause so like I'm a New Edition super fan. I've seen New Edition at least 5 times. But that's what I'm saying. Yeah, girl. The
Y'all supporting the Brandy and Monica tour?
No, that was his. Yeah, that's his. And Gladys Knight and somebody.
No, she needs to stop. She needs to stop.
They said she need.
Yeah. I went to the one in North Carolina. She got dementia, man.
Oh, you know her.
And then Patty had an asthma attack on stage. I was like, oh, this is bad.
They said that for Gladys that she got that young. And their asses got cleared. That's what's crazy. Oh, that young man was making her perform. Oh no, that's what her family said. Oh no, that is true.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, so she doesn't know the words. So like her backup singers have to do it. She's like walking around the stage and don't know where to go. Sad. Real sad, but I forgot how old she was too. So like that also makes whatever. And yeah, they're not in good health, man. Like only person that was like straight was she's actually my favorite singer of all time, Stephanie Mills.
I love that.
Gladys is 81.
That verses with Patti LaBelle though was funny as shit. When Patti was like, "I don't know the words. Somebody messing up the teleprompter."
Yeah, you know she live in Charlotte, right?
Patty don't never know the words. Y'all seen the clip about Christmas? Where my background singer?
Yes, Stephanie was Charlotte.
It's funny as hell.
And she was singing This Christmas, like the iconic This Christmas.
She ain't know the words.
We love Auntie Patty, y'all. We love Auntie
Mickey,
Patty.
that's my uncle. Scroll down. That's his. So they have the largest black promoters collective in the country. You know, you said Gidry. My family is Gidrys. I told you I have. You did. Yeah, we are Gidrys and Guillerys.
I know that is amazing.
That is so cool, Chad. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that look like my people. You see your people? Yeah. Yeah. Well, son of a crackhead. It's a small world. I know. Well, you scratch a feather in Southern Louisiana.
How they connected. There's an amazing story behind how they all got together. And
I told them they need to do a special on that or some type of document around that.
Yeah, because they got kind of boxed out. And then they just got together and they were like, we're not going to let Live Nation and A&G, all these people box us out. And so the reason why you're seeing a lot of just black stars like Charlie Wilson and all these people is because this black collective has been putting up the money and sending tours.
He lived in the neighborhood next to me. Him and Cornell X. And Uncle Tommy, nephew Tommy. Nephew Tommy? Uncle Tommy, nephew Tommy. Oh, how cool. They way out here. But so Jakarius, so this is what's funny. So Jakarius, that's my cousin, he does plays. So he did like the Set It Off play and all them plays. And so Gary started doing getting talent for Jakarius. And Gary's of course Uncle Gary, but he young because Pop started late. So there's that. But he started working. Him and Jakarius built Jakarius's company together. So he does stage plays and stuff like that. And then he branched off because he wanted to do concerts, and Jakarius didn't. And so both of them are doing some great things for black folks, entertaining black folks in the fam. You know Jakarius, Quinn? Yeah, oh my God. I'm gonna start doing stuff for white folks just to change the game. Chad, you so I'm joking. That's my cat. I'm joking. I think there should be who's on here to do like the music business rooms, like Quinn and you and Ken, let me follow you.
We used to do it, me and
Yeah.
best friend Jeff Robinson, and early on in Clubhouse. But after a while, it got really, messy and stuff like that. So a lot of people left the app.
I'm the chatter.
To be honest with you, a lot of people don't want to hear nothing about the music business.
I want to hear. What?
I mean, it may be a few of y'all, but most people think they know more than the people that do it.
Mike Jones, so he's coming to Chatter.
Tell him about Chatter. We need to send him a Chatter thing.
He didn't come to Chatter, so he's gonna come to Chatter and tell his story because I'm in it. I sung a couple of hooks. I don't sing no more, but there's that. But he's gonna come. I used to sing. I don't sing no more.
Not
but
Chad was the hip hop Republican. That's funny.
That's a fact. I was on the low. But no, he's supposed to come to Chatter. I brought him because I'm gonna interview him, and he's gonna tell his story. So I'm excited about that.
I like Chatter for how you can show the video and stuff.
Wait, who coming to Chatter?
Mike Jones.
Who?
My God.
Mike Jones.
Who? No, I'm joking.
Mike Jones.
Big Mike.
All we needed some New York rappers. I'm Joe Patty. I'm gonna.
I heard Fat Joe is available. He ain't doing too much these days.
Oh, we cannot get Angie and Patty together. They just gonna cuss us out New York style all the day long. Lord Jesus. I want to hear about all of these guys selling their catalogs. That's what I want to know about. Like, that's what those rooms need to be about. Who know the insight into that? Because now that Kevin McCall guy, who I don't know too much about other than that's Eva Baby Daddy, he was saying did he sell the rights to his Deuces song or his percentage, and he was saying he sold it for $500 and he only got $250. I was like, they're selling like little bitty songs like that? That's crazy to me. Who's buying all of this?
What I know, like the only way he can be in the predicament that he's in is one or two things. He signed a publishing deal and he got money up front, and when you get a publishing deal and they give you money up front, you have to turn in a certain amount of records to satisfy the publishing deal, so that way you can renegotiate and go from there. But it's like a period amount of time that you don't get any type of royalties or whatever off because they gave you advance money. He could have did that, or he could have sold or leased. When they say sold, sometimes it's wrong in the way they word it, but it's basically, I'll let you, like when you see all these people doing their catalogs, it's for a certain amount of time. So it could be for 5 years, they give you whatever, or 10 years, they give you this, and they have the rights to do whatever they want to do with the catalog, and all the royalties come. Most people do that because they're not really getting good royalties off their regular stuff with streaming, because streaming pays out so low. So that could be the issue, that they have bills and stuff like that they need upfront money to cover their living expenses. So some people, if they, like I think Justin Bieber just sold his catalog for, I think it was like 200 million, 300 million or something like that, but it's only for a certain amount of time. So it could be like for 4 or 5 years, he doesn't make anything off the catalog, and then because he was in debt, then it returns right back to him.
If I could, I think I saw the clip of Kevin McCall crying on the internet, and everybody sad because he getting a snap. Well, apparently get snapped before the first, I guess. I don't know. I think a lot of it just stems from, and this sounds so fucked up, I promise you it does, but it comes from like him not making good deals, right? He didn't read his contract, understand it, or hire a lawyer, right? Like he Chris Brown made $99 million on tour, and I'm over here on EBT, bro. I'm on EBT, and then you get the crying. Like it comes down to, well, let's bust out your contracts and let's look and see, right? Like, did you sign a split sheet? You know what I'm saying? Like, did you have a fucked up publishing deal? Did you have a good publishing deal that you didn't, fulfill? Like, I promise you, it's always going to go back to something, unfortunately, that he fucked up, for real. So, unpopular opinion, but they...
No, but listen, it doesn't have to be a bad contract. And it's funny y'all bring him up because I'm actually trying to reach out to him on Monday about a record that I heard that was amazing that he has out right now that he just dropped.
No. I did say it could be a good contract, but like you mentioned, on that contract, you have a certain amount of records you got to submit, and he didn't fulfill his end of the contract. So they can't recoup his personal unsecured debt. He ain't filed bankruptcy. He ain't submitted the records. You got the little money they gave you, and you did not continue to go to work to get more money. So how you mad that another motherfucker, for using their language, exploited the intellectual property, and then you did?
Well, the thing is like, when I break it down, I'm thinking like, well, he might have wrote the records but not produced it, so that's one of the issues, right? So he's only getting his writer's portion, the stuff that we already talked about. But I felt bad about it. I have an IG group with all the top music executives for the last 30 years, black music executives. So we talk every day. So this came up in the chat, and one of the things that I heard him say was that he blew through 8 million. So I was feeling bad until I heard that.
I feel bad.
What I'm saying, right? Like, I was feeling so bad. I saw the ugly cry, all the drool and all that. And then he said that he got 8 million and blew through it. That he had house. So like, he would buy a house, and the next thing you know, he was back on his mother's couch. Then he would buy a house. Then he'll be, next thing you know, he's back on his grandmother's couch. Like, he was explaining the joint. And I think that's what led to him and Eva breaking up as well. The volatile, I guess, up and down. And so, me being in the business, when you get money like that, like, I'm not no millionaire. You know what I'm saying? These guys got 8 million and all that and blew through it. Oh, then I can't feel that bad for you, bro. You got to look at yourself.
He blew through that money.
Never touched that in their lifetime, man.
They gave him their money. He never fulfilled the rest of the contract. He blew through the money, and now he mad that, other people get.
But it looks, I know he lives in California, so maybe, EBT, I still can't even believe he got approved for EBT.
I mean, why? He broke. He went in there and said, I ain't got no money.
Listen, you could be broke. Sometimes people's broke is not our broke, if that makes sense.
Right. I don't know the man. I've heard a few things here and there around the way, but for all intents and purposes, like, this is a situation of a, no offense to the man, his legacy and all that, but he a regular nigga. He back broken on his mama's couch or some bro's couch, and he ain't got shit, so he applied for link card, and they get it.
Nasty work.
I mean, you're broke if you get EBT unless you, I don't know, did something, you put it in somebody else's name. Who knows? But if you're getting government assistance, you meet some kind of poverty guidelines. At least here, they ain't finna give you a food stamps card just because you walk in there and say you don't have any money. You have to prove a lot of that stuff because you have to show that your income is not sufficient. You know what I mean? Because I sign up for that all the time and have been doing it for years. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff you got to show. So did he show certain paperwork or things to the people? Those are things that only he would know. But yeah, only he would know what paperwork he showed them in honesty. Now, there are people who do things that aren't honest. Hopefully he showed them honest paperwork that he actually was needing that assistance.
And then he wants help, and he talked about Chris Brown's kids. You can't turn around and go back and try to get help from somebody that you talked about. And you know how Chris is. Y'all seen his response.
He will fuck you up.
Somebody's kids? Oh, no. That's a line you don't cross.
He threatened Chris and his kids and all this stuff, I guess, at one time, and then he went back to, double back, and they're like, and I guess Young Thug was going to put up some money, and they're like, don't do it.
So he can blow through that too? No.
Yeah, Chris Label's lawyers gonna be like, yo, we fulfilled our end of the contract that we had. I definitely hear you, brother. You know what I'm saying? We can, put you in touch with some resources, and they gonna corporate talk them and send them on about his. I'm telling you, like, everything is smacking of, like I mentioned before, that he ain't got no motion, he ain't in the business no more, he ain't getting no residuals, you know what I'm saying? He probably owes some labels some money. He real life is probably real life broke, you feel me? It's a fucked up thing, but that's just, you can't walk into somewhere and live in the past. Yo, I created, Grammy nominated, Grammy award winning songs. I work with the biggest artists. When was that? 15 years ago. Okay, well, what you got going on today? Nothing. So, you can't eat off yesterday. You got to eat off today. He didn't structure them deals correctly, or they were structured correctly. He didn't fulfill his part of the deal. Yeah, he broke, and that's what it is. So, he threw that EBT card, but, you better believe he's showing the shit, pick that motherfucker right back up.
Who blow through millions of dollars. I don't feel bad for people like that, because that's mismanaging money, or you're around the wrong people, because there are people that have less money than that, and they're doing okay for themselves, and they're not out here on the streets and all that other kind of stuff, or destitute. It's really bad. You know what I mean? Like somebody said, there are people who never even get $1 million in their lives, and this dude got 8 million. It's crazy. The interest of that, you would never have to touch the principal of money, just interest. Put it somewhere where interest grows, and you good. Leave it alone. That's what I would have done.
And to Mickey's question about why artists selling their catalogs, I have been thinking about this, right? I think a lot of it is probably centered around, shit, money in my hand today is better than money in my hand tomorrow. And it takes a certain amount of energy to stay on top of your business. And some people don't want to do it. So somebody come along, say, hey, we'll give you 10, 11 figures. Shit, it might be a good deal.
Yeah, but I wish that they would learn from, like Michael Jackson's example. Not only did he hold on to like his stuff, he got other people's stuff, and his catalog was one of the most highly valued at like over $2 billion. So much so that his estate took years, the administrators of his estate, to argue with the IRS to lower the valuation so they didn't have to pay all those estate taxes. I mean, I'm on the outside looking in. I suppose if I had a valuable asset, I would probably want to hold on to it rather than to sell it, because like Isaac over at Fanbase, he talks a lot about how, he manages his father's estate, and part of it is that they have his father's songs, right? So it's literally like generational wealth.
You're 1,000% correct. And they're getting, every year, songs are returning back to Isaac Hayes' estate. So, because I guess when he was alive, he didn't own his records. So, that is the most important part of the music business, is publishing. That's your lifeline. But, once again, if you're streaming, and streaming's only paying you whatever percentage, and you're living above your means, then you need a bailout. And that's basically what's happening. They're calculating that, you know what, I'm not going to make what I thought I was going to make over the next 5 years or the next couple years off of streaming based on what I made for the past couple years. But these are popular records. And so these companies come in and are like, okay, well, let's get their catalog, because they don't know how to get it in movies, TVs, endorsements. So let's run a checkup and let's make all the money off of this, and we'll give them these millions and they'll be happy, but we're going to end up making 2 or 3 times that.
Taking energy to exploit those income producing assets. Some people don't want to do all of it.
are correct. If you can just do some of the things that you said that other artists have done, then it's golden, because they got to come to you for clearance when they do these, endorsements and commercials and stuff like that. But some people are not that business savvy. They're used to having other people do it, or they were signed to major labels that did all the work. And so, I don't know, maybe the selling of it for a couple years for them is a good thing.
Yeah, I wish I could teach the world financial literacy. I really do. Because what I would do is I would just have them leverage the asset, almost like think of it like a 401k, right? When you take a loan from your 401ks, they only let you take like 50% of the value just in case you don't pay it back so that the loan can be repaid. But I would put like a limit of like 20%, right? So if your catalog is worth $10 million, let's just say that I had the capital, I would basically be like, I would do private equity on it. I would be like, give up 20% of your catalog, and then I would like sell it to the masses. There probably is somebody who's doing it, but I would do it specifically so that the owner could retain majority ownership of their catalog. Like, think about it. What if like Motown's catalog could have an IPO and become like a stock company just on its own? Who wouldn't invest in that? Because everybody uses Motown songs. But then, like the owners would still retain, like the majority ownership, and they could pass down the shares.
Yeah, Motown lost that with the sale of Motown to Universal.
Oh.
Remember, Motown is a Universal-owned company.
That's true.
Biggie owns it, so that means they have the rights to most of the catalog, the past catalog from Motown. But you said something, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with them, but I grew up with a couple guys we're all from Westchester, New York, and they're called Earn Your Leisure. So those are my childhood friends.
Oh, really?
I think
I just went to Invest Fest the first time.
So I went to Invest Fest last year. But me and Mikey grew up across the street from each other, and then me and Troy used to be in class together and stuff like that. I think you should try to follow them more with your mindset, because especially as a woman, they do good with pushing women to the front. Rashad's father used to own Rashad owns it now, but the Bilal Group was. When we were growing up, that's what they were doing and trying to teach us about life insurance and all that stuff. And we didn't listen. There's just point blank. I still haven't listened to some point. But just what you were saying, they're trying to lead the charge and teaching everybody, especially in the urban communities, financial literacy. And so now it's a big EYL, I guess. That's the abbreviation, is a big brand right now that people go to and seek financial information from. And I feel like you align right with that stuff.
I've listened to them.
Oh, thank you.
I've listened to them. They're off so often, especially in tech, Mickey. The guy said, in Silicon Valley, I went there and there were no black people working in these companies. And I'm like, what is he talking about? And then I just listened to some of the stuff that they're saying. I'm like, okay, yeah, those are for people who are not financially literate or know what's really going on. I mean, it's cool, but I was like, some of the stuff they're saying is just not accurate. And they're telling lots of people that, and people are going back and repeating it. And I'm like, no, that's not right at all, what you're saying.
Yeah, I've never heard them say that, but I mean, if you heard that, but I can tell you that I haven't dived into it for it to work for me, but I know a lot of people that benefited from them and their lives have changed. I know people that were teachers and stuff like that were making average salaries, and now these people have trucking companies, these people got real estate. So there's got to be something they're doing that's working for a lot of people, but I haven't dived into it for it to work for me because I was already moving in the music industry before they became popular.
I'm glad that they are explaining to the masses, Mickey, financial literacy. But when they start, I just heard them say some stuff, and I was just like, what? No. But yeah, the quick flex. I just walked in here, Mickey, or came in this room. You were talking about insurance. As far as music, I posted in the chat. It's wise to actually take your assets. I tell any human being that's doing music, shows, anything with assets, do not do any type of publishing deal whatsoever with anyone at all. I had last month, I think I mentioned to you, a group of small hats trying to grab a bunch of our IP, and I was like, nah, it's gonna, to take a look at it, it's gonna cost you X amount just to look at it, a sneak and peek, and then there's a penalty for if something goes wrong, which of course they didn't want to sign that confidentiality agreement. But yeah, don't sell publishing, don't do any publishing deals. Take your own money and hire some person that you trust to set up your own publishing company and have them go out and collect your royalties. And then with your actual IP, put it in an offshore blind irrevocable trust in a tax haven country. Take out an insurance policy against it based on what the value against those who have access to it. And at some point, as it begins to generate revenue via your holding co, go take out a loan against it. And then by borrowing against your IP, it's a loan, it's debt, which is not taxable. Since it's not taxable, you can go out and acquire other assets. And so now you got the insurance wrapper around the human beings who own and control it. In the event that people in your family want to take out loans against it, that's not taxable. And when those human beings die or passed on to the next generation, this is the basis for setting up a family office. One can actually go and just intergenerationally keep it going for multiple generations.
Yeah, I mean,
this is how you own the cow and license the milk. You never, ever, ever, ever sell your IP. You never sell the cow. But you have to have the correct legal structure internationally to actually have it set up properly.
Yeah, there's so many options. But Ken, I will say, thank you. I've been in wealth management for 30 years, and it's really like my passion to teach financial literacy, just starting. And then my big thing, honestly, is estate planning. My specific thing is the protection and preservation of Black wealth. So I talk about prenuptial agreements, I talk about business structure, I talk about wills, I talk about trust. And I had, some issues with Earn Your Leisure in the beginning, but I actually heard them on Fanbase. And I understand that one of them has a financial advisor background and their father still has a firm. But to be perfectly honest, there's always going to be, it's not for everybody. But I will say that I was super impressed with over the 25,000 Black people, all of the Black vendors. When I saw that BlackRock was there, I was like, whoa, because BlackRock doesn't just F with anybody. Neither does Fidelity. Fidelity doesn't give a shit because they don't have to. Right. Those are number one in their arena. So I was really impressed. It's hard. I saw their.
Now they got to deal with Chase.
I saw that. And I'm like, you know what? It must be something because those companies are so particular, especially BlackRock. BlackRock doesn't have to partner or sponsor anybody because they're BlackRock. They're the largest asset management group in the entire world. They manage trillions of dollars. I talked to the guys at Fidelity, and I'm not at liberty to share the information that I got, but I was just like, whoa. So suffice it to say that these companies are there because they're getting a return on their investment. And if they're getting a return on their investment, it's good for these financial firms who have never really promoted Black dollars, having been in the industry. It's not necessarily been somewhat frustrating because what I've learned is even speaking to certain people that have the income, if you're not indoctrinated to wealth, you can make $1 million a year, $1 million a day, and you're going to lose it. And we've seen that so many times, right? It's just like the lottery effects. So that's why my thing is capture them early, get the information out there. So I'm just happy that Earn Your Leisure is having the conversation. And the thing that I do like about Earn Your Leisure major catalyst is at least they are offering, like they had the Qs, they had Invesco there, who's also headquartered in Atlanta. They offer, right, come and hear it from the fiduciary securities license, Series 7, Series 65, asset management, right? BlackRock telling you how to diversify your portfolio, explaining what mutual funds and ETFs are, explaining what alternative assets are, and they use all the terminology. And then they had, like Mr. Panda, who I don't like because he charges $10,000. If I had $10,000, right, I'm gonna buy some stock, right? But that's me. So part of me has to be like, you know what? I can't really, you know what I'm saying? Because now I want to be a content creator and I want to talk about financial literacy and I want to get paid, but I don't want to pay people like, join my master class for $10,000. But what I had to learn is, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get to make that determination. Like, if people are making money, as long as you're not taking advantage of people, right? Like, hey, if you're paying $10,000 or Earn Your Leisure's platform, I'm like, hey, you know what? I mean, maybe someday somebody will pay me $2,000.
Some of them are the guests. Like, I'm noticing that too. I'm hearing that sometimes they bring on some guests in good faith, and then there's some guests that are doing, some stuff or whatever. But that's not something
like
they control.
The black, the what you call it guy.
They actually did bring on a guest.
The Tulsa man. The Tulsa.
My partner from Musa Capital. He came out from Silicon Valley and spoke at the event. And and then I think he went to or
where at Fest?
Yeah, the one that was in Atlanta or wherever it was.
Okay, it's in Atlanta every year. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. He was like, "Yo, I'm going. You gotta come." I'm like, I'm good. And he showed me pictures. He's like, "You should have came." There were a lot of. The room was packed. People really want to understand about venture, how we do it in Silicon Valley. I'm like, okay. And then he says we had a thing last week, Mickey. I'll tell you about that in a minute. But he says, is there like another black something going on? One of these black events like InvestFest or something with social that's happening like this weekend or next weekend or something. He was telling me about it. But yeah, anyway, Mickey, we had a thing last week.
Like Afro Punk or something?
Afro something.
I think that's in Texas. Yeah.
I thought it was in New York or just in.
Or maybe it's in New York. I don't know. I thought it was in Texas.
Either it's this weekend or next weekend or something.
Yeah. But get back to the point where you said that it wasn't a guest. So who was it?
No, it was a guest. It was Musa Capital.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. It was a guest. He had a room. He asked me to come, and I was like,
And who's the person that said that there's no black people in Silicon Valley?
One of the guys from Earn Your Leisure, he was on the Breakfast Club, and he made a comment saying, the black people aren't really in tech. They really need to go there. I visited Google, and I'm like, what?
There's black people in tech, but not at the rate that there's white people in tech. I still think we're the minority in tech. You don't think so?
That wasn't his statement. He said there were no black people in tech. He said I was in Silicon Valley. I visited Google, maybe a few other places, and he said he didn't see any. And I was like, "We really not there?" And I was like, "That's just absolutely not true." But and I was talking to Kimberly Bryant recently, and she made some questions. She had some things to say. Kimberly Bryant started Black Girls Code. So there's a lot of engineers and black people that are in it. They're not the majority, not by any means at all. Not by any means. But I do like the fact that these individuals have seemed to capture an audience of young black America that has an interest in wanting to level up their asset accumulation and wealth preservation. I do like that, as opposed to just job creation or job hunting. I like that a lot, actually. I'm glad those young men have captured that audience. I'm very, very happy.
If I could offer just two things, a little controversial, but hear me out. Candace, I think you gave some good information, especially in the chat, but I would temper that like Mickey. I'm in a financial field as well, right? My specialty, I'm a tax accountant. I think that if people have assets
especially income producing assets, they probably should hire a lawyer and a tax accountant, right? Because some tax advantage, everything ain't for everybody, right? And we've been on social media for a long time here, and especially if you're on like 2 or 3 years pre-COVID, during COVID, and now, like everybody is saying, you know, get an IUL, get a trust, get this, get that, and it's like, you know, I've made over, I think, $200,000. My firm has made over $200,000 fixing S corps because everybody was told to get an S corp, but they were never told how to properly set up an S corp. And so, like, I've had to fix those, and I charge, you know, my firm charges what it charges. And so I said it to say, I use that as an example, that information from a high-level perspective is okay, but I think the best route is to tell somebody you need to hire an attorney and or a tax accountant, like an enrolled agent such as I am, because the laws change and different things have different rules or regulations, and some stuff is better for someone else, but not for you. You know what I mean? So that's just my thought, because I'm hearing all of these different structures, and I'm just thinking about, like, how much would an accountant charge to do all of this, or a lawyer charge to do all that? And for somebody, that may be cost prohibitive, right? It might be cost prohibitive to maintain those structures as well. And we don't want that to eat into their fee, you know, into their principal a whole lot, you know. So I just usually say, you know, you need to talk to a licensed attorney and a licensed tax accountant / enrolled agent. And to Ken's point, I like Earn Your Leisure. I've been turned on to Own Your Leisure for a while. I just, my feedback, if I don't have a direct line to them, but it seems like you do, I would ask these brothers or tell them, like, do you guys vet the people that come on your show?
Yeah, I've actually, that's why I brought it up, because I've heard that from some people, like, some of the people they should have vetted a little bit better. That's what I've been hearing.
Yeah, there are a lot of people I know their business, and they are known for, like, better term, scammers, schemers, crooks, illegals, whatever. Like, anybody listening to Bam and Kevo, you get exactly what you gonna get. You deserve. He used to be you gonna get.
He used to be my client as a rapper. Ben service music with me before he got arrested by the feds. So that's when I seen him up on there. I was like, oh my God, what's happening right now? Like,
and I'm from the crib. I remember when he got released and he started coming up with all this different stuff.
Oh, you from the crib?
You know,
okay.
Yeah, I'm from Chicago.
I co-manage L Streets. So if you heard that record with her and Shauna on the radio, that's my record.
Yeah, I know Shauna. Yeah, Shauna's old school, baby. That Shauna, Rod Digger, yeah, all that shit go back. I just say all that to say, like, yo, I'm from Chicago. This is what people do. If he a scammer, that nigga gonna come out and be a scammer. And so how are you confused when you tell you $750 for a credit sweep, and the credit sweep involves a false FTC report? There's a young lady out of Houston, I won't say her name at the moment, but there was a young lady out of Houston, she's accused of stealing $3.1 million. You know, they assign the value. $3.1 million using, you know, fake police reports and fake FTC identity and theft reports to help, quote unquote, fix people's credit. And, you know, she segued from credit now into taxes, you know, and all the different things. I just, if I had an opportunity to have a real conversation with the EYL brothers, I would be like, yo, y'all really should vet the people y'all have on here. Like, if 2 to 3 out of 10 of all your interviews is guys or chicks that turns out to be scammers, it makes me want to question the other stuff that you're doing, which is valid and sorely needed in our community. That's just my thought.
Hey, Rob, that's exactly the feedback I've gotten from my professional circle. I have lots of lawyers around me, lawyers and tax accountants and tax attorneys to actually set things up. So I don't do these things myself. But when I am here, I can fix your X for, and I'm like, and then a few people, my professional colleagues call me up and ask me about it. And then one of my business partners, who's a VC in the Valley, he said, I'm going out to the EYL. And I was like, you should come out and let them hear what you're talking about. And he said there's a huge interest level to actually to learn this information, or to learn what is venture, what is an LP, what does it look like, how do you set up a fund, how is venture deployed in a fund, and I was like,
and I asked him, I said, do you think some of the people there understood what you were saying in that room? He goes, yeah, some. I was like, okay. But you're right.
Yeah, that's exactly how it always is. It's a very big room, by the way. Like, it's extreme. I think that you should have went there and spoke. If you felt like that and you're trying to provide something to help and something that's really going to do well for us, you should have went there, because you don't get that many people in a room like that.
Yeah,
like they have people in the room like it's like a freaking concert. Like, it's that many people in one room sitting there glued to the screen or to the stage, listening to people like you trying to give out good advice.
Yeah, he showed me the pictures. He's like, it was really, really good. He said he had an hour of people afterwards asking him questions, wanting to follow up. His LinkedIn feed is massive. I mean, from that, and I'm like, okay. So Ken, if I'm trying to figure out a complex tax situation for myself or one of my companies, I have a person like Rob, how he's on the stage, to explain, what does this mean? How can we do this in Wyoming, in Delaware as a C Corp?
Yeah.
With this many shares, 10 million shares, doing this type of situation. How can we move this here? How can we do a Bermuda type situation with a Netherlands situation over here, and something being held in Jersey over here, and to do this over, I ask, and I have people.
For the record, you mean the island of Jersey, not New Jersey, folks.
Yeah, the island, Jersey. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Or Isle of Man.
I'm sorry, the Isle of Man. Yeah, the Isle of Man, the Isle of Jersey. That's what. Okay, so yeah, I would have people who set that up for me or help me, have an understanding. So what I say to all to say, Ken, is if individuals do not have a basic financial literacy, it can be a challenge using third grade terms when we want to talk or speak to a college level group of individuals. That's all.
And Ken, I think I want to be on this stage, but bro, I got to get a bigger social media following, and because people, the tax advice I give is real world, and down to earth. But when you listen to Carter Cofield or Carlton Dennis, they're trying to make it seem like, you know what I'm saying, you're not finna never pay taxes no more. And I know there's like triple negatives in there, but you get what I'm saying, and that's just not reality, right? And so I don't preach that, I get a lot of clients that need, I hate the term, but tax resolution. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're listening to the radio ads and the Instagram ads and all of that, and then they spend $8,000 with this company and realize, and they always end up saying, right? They always end up saying like, yo, I could have just paid the IRS that money or the state that money. And did it and figured it out myself, or I could have hired someone like you. That's the second one. I wish I'd have ran into your company before. And it's like, yeah, the people, they're loud and wrong, and I'm not as loud, but right. And it's like, it's really hard because they're going to invite Carter on there or Carlton on there and they have to pay. They'll pay them. And me, they're like, oh no, it's $25,000. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna. It's not there for me because I don't necessarily totally see a return on my investment, right? Like, it's one thing to be in a room of people, and that's great. Like Mickey can tell you, I've been in a room with multiple kinds of people with lots of commas, and unless those commas are translating to my bank account, it's not a viable investment. And so I got to figure out how to get to the point where I'm like them and they want to pay me, and it turns into my LinkedIn and my Instagram DMs and inbox and email is all going crazy. So yeah, it'll work.
So Ken, about a year or maybe 2 years ago at the EYL, they had a guy who I do respect his acumen. The brother went to Cornell, who's the billionaire with Vista Equity Partners. But what many people don't know is his model. He deals with SaaS. They invest exclusively in SaaS companies, software service companies, and they absolutely must have at least 51% of the company on the cap table, which means the founders are working for his fund. And he uses the model of, well, because
they got majority of the share.
Yeah, well, I have a chemical engineering and I understand process and we need to own it, control it. No. And we have several companies and we can do a roll up and we're using AI which is good, but it's about control of the asset. And his whole fund, he says we have a PE and a VC firm, but it's basically a PE funneling money to the VC, but their model is very PE. Own and control the cap table, put multiple seats on the board, and push for a liquidity event as soon as possible, as opposed to the later stage, having an IPO in 5 to 7 years. That's a problem that I have with people like him.
If I could respond to that, the only part that's normal for a PE firm. They've been doing that since the Raiders of the 80s. The part I hate about it is that they are pushing folks out, right? Like when you look at the cap table and you say, oh, they got 51 or more, and then they control the board, it's like the founder feels good because they get to walk home and call their mom, I got $1 million in my bank account. But the reality is, tomorrow, every day, you just got a job. And tomorrow you could be fired, or the day after you could be fired. And they've diluted your shares. And if they haven't, they can. Much like it really did happen to Eduardo Severin with Facebook. Absolutely. But it can, the movie showed a good dramatization version of it. And it took him going to court to get some version of his equity back. But, it could have went the other way. It could have been a fucking Winklevoss. You know what I mean? So.
Happens all the time, but it's just it happens all the time, unfortunately. So for someone to say, well, we have a PE, but we have a VC part, it's like, no, we know what you're doing. And I wish the guys at Earn Your Leisure had to push back and probe more into why are you doing this to people by not allowing them to control their own companies, and you as a minority investor, why do you get to control their companies and have multiple seats on their cap table?
So this person said that to Earn Your Leisure? Like he said that to Troy and Rashad?
Yes, he did, on the stage. Okay. What's the billionaire?
You talking about the black billionaire guy that passed away?
No, the one from Vista Equity Partners.
Robert, they had like the richest black guy. I forgot his name, and then he died.
Robert Smith. Robert Smith is the guy who paid off a lot of the debt for Morehouse, and then the government came after him. But they really came after him. They were going after him because of the other guy who was teaching him how to do currency trading globally, and seeded his fund in order to do that. But it's just they are sitting with people who are saying things nicely, but the stuff they're saying is inherently predatory, some of the stuff. But I like the fact that they're introducing to the 18 to 24 and the 25 to 34-year-old audience of black people, Americans, that this is a way to be financially literate and to own an asset that generates cash flow. And like Rob is saying, make sure you have your attorney, the right attorney, important, and the right tax accountant or tax lawyer to set up the structure properly that inherently allows one to not have any legal road bumps in the future.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's kind of like how I feel about gumbo. I'm from Southern Louisiana. When I first moved to Houston, I was highly critical of gumbo. What people passed off from gumbo just pissed me off. Like, I would taste it. It was not what I had at home because it was authentic. And I was like, you know what? And it would piss off my whole day. And now 30 years later, I'm like, you know what? There's good Texas gumbo. I've literally created another category. Is it the same as I get back home or my mom cooks? No, because it's not Louisiana gumbo, but it's still gumbo, right? It's still pretty good. So that's how I am about financial information. I mean, I have a securities license. I've worked with ultra high net worth clients my entire career. Everything has been very, very by the book, very stringent, very strict, very explicit, no coloring outside the lines. Plus, it's been old boys, right? So the good old boy network invests a very particular, specific way, right? There's no Bitcoin. There's private equity. There's no VC, there's IPOs, right? But it's just a very particular old-fashioned way. And I had to realize that, the InvestFests and the Afrotechs and, the Wall Street Trapper, is it what I would do? No, but it doesn't have to be, because a message is being getting out, is being communicated, getting out. That doesn't sound right. I must be sleepy. The message is being promoted. Black people are talking about finance. So as long as it's not overtly icky, like the Tulsa guy, I could tell the Tulsa guy just by listening, because I'm a compliance girl. I want to see the documents, right? I want to see the information. I want to see the prospectus, right? I want to read your subscription documents. I was like, this don't sound right. Are there going to be the bad guys? Yeah. But, Madoff was the head of of NASDAQ, and he was a bad guy. He was a really bad guy.
He was horrible.
So, yeah, so I just kind of, I'm like the Red Panda guy. I don't like the Red Panda guy. But I saw that they do like a little talk, and he's using the terms. He talks about equity. He talks about, buy-ins. He talks about, what's going on in the market. And I'm like, you know what? It doesn't have to be for me, though, does it? As long as, and I keep my personal opinions to myself. Like on my platform, I said I was not going to be one of those people that criticize other melanated people for spreading a message. But I routinely don't really recommend certain people unless I've vetted them myself. And I used to do that professionally, so I don't see any difference, doing that on social media, because I'm still a fiduciary, right? Did y'all see that China just came out and said the people that talk about certain topics, they either need to have the experience to prove it or have a college education?
Yep, somebody text me
yeah. So I just shared on my story.
They're not going to allow you to say it on the platforms that they own.
Yep, or you could be fined. So I just shared on my stories because, I was like, guess who could still talk about finance in China? Me. But, that's just that's as far as I'll go. But I went to InvestFest. Like I said, I was super impressed. I was extremely impressed.
The only thing that sucks is that walk, right? Going from the other side of the building to the down part. That walk is
and I stayed in the Omni. I stayed in the Omni because I waited till the last minute and they were all sold out. Okay. So I was like, and then I realized that no, that was just an extra 2 minutes. So next time I really am going to stay at that Holiday Inn because I heard it's a nice hotel, because you're actually closer not staying in the little compound.
Is it across the street from where the venue is?
Yeah, but the way that that Atlanta Converse Center is fucking huge. So, like,
they're only in one section of it has got multiple sections. Like the first year they were in a different area, but the last couple years they've been in this area at the bottom.
Right. So like where the hotels are is like, let's just say it's a trapezoid. You got A at the top and B and C on either side. Where the hotels are is like it's like A. Right, all the way at the top, and where InvestFest was like C+. So you had to walk. It took like it was a good 15-minute trek at least.
Yeah, it was.
At least, and that was at like a brisk pace.
Off on the other side. Yeah. I parked in the parking lot where I had to walk through the front and then go up these joints and go down this. I was like, oh, this is crazy.
And I stayed at the
You have to wear your comfortable walking shoes.
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah! You're gonna get tired, and it's like it was a boring ass walk. It was nothing.
Yeah, like I wouldn't wear any Jordans like I did. Don't do.
Or some running shoes or walking shoes or something, because you're gonna be on your feet.
But you know how like y'all all have feedback, and first of all, we all learn from each other. Nothing's perfect, so I'm listening to you and Rob and everybody, whatever. But I have to encourage people in the room, right? I grew up with these guys. We used to be in the dirt together in the sandbox. We chased after the same girls in school, in middle school, and high school. So I cannot believe that these guys that I know, that certain things I wouldn't even say, has like impacted the world like this. Like I've never seen nothing like that before. So when I go down there and I see all these melanated people in there, and they're focused, they're glued to what these guys are saying, and they're glued to people like 50 Cent and Tyler Perry and all that, and they're really like trying to listen. And I'm like, usually you can't get people in a room like that to sit down and listen to somebody talk like that.
Except for college or the military.
No, not even that. Like,
I don't think
amazing.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be that many people in the room. Like
it was overflow catalyst. Like
to see like 25,000, 30,000 people sitting in seats.
Mm-hmm. And that was one criticism. It was overbooked, I think, because it was really hard to get into the spaces. I couldn't really get into any of the big rooms, so I spent a lot of my time with the vendors and bought a bunch of stuff. But I love seeing that too. Yeah, I love seeing all of the. I love seeing all of the vendors, and probably if I go next year, I'll probably be a vendor versus just a attendee. Honestly,
so
because I'm a financial coach, so. I think that I could definitely get exposure, get some content. I even told somebody an idea, like for people that do video. I was like, if somebody went down there and just like went to all of the vendors or the people, like, hey, I'm a videographer. Let me shoot some content for you, and just give me like $75 or $100. I was like, you would make $10,000 because I don't want to be bothered with that. I don't know how to set up the camera and all of that, but would I do it for content and like some edited stuff? Yeah, I was like, I would pay somebody a couple $100 just to like get 10 minutes worth of video, because that was pretty cool too. Seeing all the Black vendors there, that was pretty awesome. I did a ton of networking. I really did. I did a ton of networking.
Well, one thing is I tried to do business with family before, and it was disastrous, right?
You mean your biological family?
Yeah, my biological family. Disastrous, right? It was winning at some time, and then in my music company, brought them into my company and just got real messy, right? But what I would say to you is these guys put on all their family members. Like when y'all go to the vendor part and y'all see them all those people selling the Earn Your Leisure shirts and merchandise and all them, that's their brothers, sisters, nephews, cousins, fathers. So like the area that I'm from, we're from a city called White Plains, and we're from the town of Greenburgh, which is like North White Plains. And they literally put on like half the area.
Is that Westchester County?
Yeah, it's in Westchester County. So Westchester County is made up of like Mount Vernon, Yonkers, White Plains, Rye Playland Amusement Park,
Scarsdale.
So Scarsdale.
That's where I've heard.
Scarsdale belongs to our town of Greenburgh, but it's like a little bit outside. So like, for instance, you said Scarsdale. Yeah, I know the train station.
Yeah, I know some people who are from there in Manhattan. They keep telling me about how their space is and how it's nice, but I said it sounds super Jewish.
Yeah, I mean, it's mixed. I mean, they have a lot of people from Scarsdale take the train into the city. My younger brother is the president of Scarsdale Public Parking. So all the parking around the train station and all that, my brother runs that. So big ups to Westchester County. Yeah, it's been good to me. So like, I'm just saying, to see some people that I grew up with have that many people, like I've never seen nobody be able to put that many people in a room to talk about financial literacy. People don't want to. They don't care about that. They care about clothes and jewelry and being like the people I promote, the rappers and singers I promote. But they they were doing it on public access in Westchester before it blew up, and then when COVID hit, that's when it took off.
Hey Ken, there's somebody in the chat that asked us a question about.
Okay.
Interesting to know the opinion of independent artists. I like to get your thoughts on that, and then I'll respond. See the.
My opinion on independent artists. Independent artists is the backbone of the music industry. Independent artists are winning even more right now. It's, as an independent artist, you have more resources and stuff. There's a lot of people that got laid off from the major labels that you can hire direct so that you can move like a major, because too many people are back in the marketplace right now looking for it, saturated with marketing and promo people and commerce people. Independent artists should not give up. They should listen to some of the information that they hear, but as a respectable person, like I'm from the promo and marketing side, so that doesn't mean that I know everything about contracts or A&Rs or whatever. I know some, but that's not my job. My job is to get people on the radio and get your music out to DJs around the world. I have one of the biggest DJ databases in the entire music industry. So, that's what I would tell people.
Do you think?
Can I ask you a question, Cam? I was just going to ask kind of question, because fascinating. I love learning from people who are experts in their domain. In America, right, country music and music that was generated primarily from African Americans, right, that was stolen by white Americans, right, and the owners of the companies of those music producers, right, and in America we saw Dr. Dre and so many African Americans gain wealth because of their skills and their content that they created, right? And my question for you, Ken, is this: is that as a promoter, when the majority of the shareholders of those companies are still predominantly white, billionaires, my question to you, Ken, is that if you promote the technology that enables content creators, whether you're an OnlyFans or you're an independent rapper or whatever, if more of your royalties and revenue gets sent to you rather than the white fucking shareholders of the company that is dominating you and monetizing you, do you believe that like the old system is good, or the new system where money goes to the creators versus the shareholders? Like, what's better?
Well, I'll answer your question, but to be honest with you, in my line of work, that don't got nothing to do with me. So let's just start off on that point. Like, my opinions and all that, I get paid for my opinions to tell you if you might have a hit record and what we could do, but what you're getting deep into, like, that don't really got nothing to do with me. It just, if it doesn't matter if your company's white, black, purple, whatever, if you hire me to work a record, that's just my job. Now, all I could really break down to what you're saying is, listen, there's a lot of our circle or black creators that complain that we don't own the companies and all that stuff like that, and that primarily that's a us problem. We need to come to the table and figure it out, because a lot of us can't work together. So if we can't be on the same page, we can't own the companies. We got the talent, but a lot of us don't be on the same page. Now, you do have United Masters, who is ran by Steve Stout and owned by Steve Stout, and then he probably has whatever shareholders or whatever. You also have Gamma, who was Larry Jackson, L.A. Reid, and a couple other people. So there are some companies that are Venice as well, with Troy Carter and them. Those are black-owned companies, but the conglomerates, the Universal, the Sony, the Warners, are not black-owned. And sometimes people want things that they're not really ready for. Like, I hear people say, go independent, don't go major, don't do that. Well, there's pros and cons to that. You go independent, you got to spend your own money. You go major, you're spending their money. They have resources since what, the 60s, the 70s? So their database and their resources and their name is more respected than yours. So it's easier to say that I am Cash of Def Jam, or I am Cash of Sony Music, and doors open up. That may not open up for you. So there are pros and cons. Yeah, if you go independent, you have less people in your money and less things to be broken as far as like splitting up money and funds. But once again, you may be missing resources that you need to get off the ground.
Yeah, I find I'm in the media business and tech business, and more TV than music. But ownership and control of the asset is paramount. But having a system in place to market, promote, distribute, publish said IP is, which we call the machine, is how things get really pushed to the forefront. Ken, my question for you is: do you think there's an opportunity for another DSP, which is basically a global radio station, in the marketplace? Because I've been talking to some of my partners about putting something like that out.
I think it is, and there has been some that have came up, but gotta remember, like,
I'm not talking about Boomplay. I'm not like Boomplay that the Chinese did in Africa. I meant
there's new ones that came up. There's one that's out of like one of the Arabic world that's like rising up. I just tell you like this: you're going into it right at a point where you're behind the 8 ball. Spotify's global, right? Spotify's global. Apple Music is dominating in the U.S. Like, as far as their users, they're going up and up and up, and primarily because of things like this Versus tonight, Super Bowl. The way that their platform is set up as far as the user interface, I like it better. I never used Spotify a day in my life. I went from Tidal first, and then I went into Apple Music, and I've been with Apple Music forever now. But can you do it? Yes. In order to really win is the payout. That's what you got to figure out. Is the payout.
Exactly.
Like, I do coding, and so I was going to try to build one, but I also did a lot of research. So I was like, how do I get the royalties to $1? And the information that I found was it's not really sustainable, because if you get the royalties up more than everybody, or you get it to $1, or you get it to 99 cents, or whatever is the goal to make you stand out, people keep forgetting that you're going to have to raise the subscription.
Yeah. Now I'm triggered as fuck. Let me ask you something really quickly. Hold on. Let me ask you something really quickly. Is country music a black thing or a white thing?
Country music started with black people, but it's a white thing, and we have some success with black acts. The kid Sabuzi or whatever, he dominated for like.
Brother, and I'm sorry, I'm so triggered right now, but this is the whole fucking conversation. Country music was black. The entire origin of country music is an African origin fucking thing. And the only reason most Americans think that country, I'm so fucking triggered right now, Ken. Because the only reason why most fucking...
Well, hold on. If you're triggered by that, right?
I'll mute up. Yeah, I'll mute up.
No, don't mute up. I just want to say this. If you're triggered by that, right, then you would be triggered by blues. You'd be triggered by pop, jazz. Because even though we have the artists in all these formats, right, they have particularly been a white, like, base genre for quite some time after being stolen from us. And so, but listen, don't be triggered. You know why? Because when you have artists like Sabuzi, I hope I'm saying his name right. I never could say his name right. When you have artists like that dominate and be one of the only black artists and dominate that space for 20-something, 30-something weeks on the top of the charts and breaking records, that means change has come. When you have a Beyonce who they don't want in the space, and she comes and she does Cowboy Carter and dominates and disassembles the space, or one of my clients, Sexy Red, who people are critical about, goes and she gets on a stage with a white country artist, and the whole people know her rap songs word for word.
By the way, I just hit you back channel with my information.
That's power.
And Brother Ken,
okay.
Brother Ken, we're talking. We're violently agreeing with each other. And the reason why I take offense is that back in the day, the reason why the leading, most popular, most successful fucking country music, which was black music, wasn't allowed on American fucking radio waves, was because of the FCC. They said, hey, if this is a black person that is singing, that is offensive content. That is not allowed on American airwaves. And so a whole bunch of fucking stinky leg crackers came out with their Timu versions of black people's fucking country songs, and all of a sudden, Elvis and Johnny Cash and all these fucking.
But German, that might be before my time. I'm 43 years old. I don't remember all that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that was before my time. I wasn't even.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that was before my time. But listen,
as far as the business, the reason why I mentioned the dollar royalty play, it is going to have to increase the subscription dollars.
It has to,
and as well as the marketing dollars, because DSPs make their money from subscribers. On the paid side, from subscribers and from commercials. And if the unit economic metrics are figured out for the financial payouts, that could be, let's say, just even 50 cents. 50 cents.
You know what?
I think that would drive more human beings, especially if
let me say this to you, because I don't want to cut you off. You just made me think of something that I did not think about in this whole process. Is I have to go back and do some research, but the one thing I didn't ask the question about was, what if the CEO and the top people of the company are not getting the type of payouts that the Spotify people, and it's more, they're making great money, but they're not robbing the situation, right? Like, they're not making...
The money comes from the labels.
Catalyst, hold on. Catalyst, listen to what Ken said. Catalyst, hold on. Listen to what Ken just said. It's so important.
No, because he just made me think of this as he was talking.
I'm all in this space.
So
go ahead.
The one thing that
this is what Ken said. Dr. fucking Dre, compared to Bezos, compared to fucking the gay, no disrespect, fucking.
So just think about this. Let me just make it simple, right? How much did Bezos make a year not Bezos. What's the guy from Spotify? Let's look this up.
Owner?
What's the owner's name?
Derek Eck. Derek Eck.
Okay. He made a lot of money to where he was selling off a lot of his shares recently, right? To do whatever he's doing with some company with military tactics or whatever that everybody's upset at him about. But Rob, can you pull what he made in a year? Because what I'm trying to get to is, what if you lower the CEO, the president, the vice president, all the top people's salaries to where they're making big money, but it's not overkill?
What it is, Rob, Ken, is Spotify is a Cyprus-based corporation that has a two-tier ownership structure whereas they have BlackRock or Blackstone, one of those guys, and some other New York investors in on the second tier.
Right.
And the primary tier of tranche of stock ownership is owned by those two guys, which one has their product in Liechtenstein or Luxembourg, and the other one is someplace else, but their corporate entities in Cyprus for taxes and whatnot. And so the lion's share of revenue is being paid out to its shareholders. But the revenue, the dividends are paid out to the shareholders. The revenue comes from the labels, Universal, Warner, who else was it? Sony, maybe, yeah, to have their artists played and pushed out and programmed on the DSPs.
Right, they're playing, I think it's 70% or something licensing fee.
Actually, what interestingly enough, and I'm not a fan of his, or I don't know these guys, but what Drake was talking about in his lawsuit was actually quite accurate. It was very accurate because of how the throttling effect of music being played in this particular DSP, which correlates with the amount of revenue that they're making on the DSP. And it just happened to coincide with his time to renegotiate his deal via Lucy and Grange. So yeah, there is still a pay-for-play, payola. It's just the new modern global radio station, Spotify, Pandora, Apple Music, same thing. That's why I'm thinking, I was talking to, I had folks down Southwest.
I can't talk about, I'm under a contract with Universal. I can't talk about the deal.
No, of course not. No. And Gazi over Empire. So yeah, we know the bit.
So if you guys could allow me a 2-minute TED talk, right? To answer the question, David X compensation was $1.4 million. He doesn't have a base salary, right? His compensation is mostly tied to performance-based compensations or bonuses and stuff like that. And other than that, the stock that he owns, which leads to some of the things that the guy Jeremy's talking about and just the mood in the U.S. at the moment, right? Taking into account and laying it aside respectfully, some of the things that Catalyst are talking about, the double Dutch Irish sandwich, right? Just the moving of money through tax advantage jurisdictions. Setting that aside from a very high level perspective, the title of my TED Talk today is called Super Money. It's an old book written in the 70s by a guy named Adam Smith, not the Adam Smith from 1776, but it was a pseudonym for a financial writer. And in that book, he talked about what is super money. The long version short, I suggest getting the book. The long version short is in America, in most of the developed countries in the world, super money is when a person, Ken and I decide to start a business, selling computers or widgets or whatever. And we get so good at selling these widgets, we're making money. But what we do is, since we're 50-50 owners, we take that company public and we decide to maybe have 2 classes of stock. So we maintain voting rights or control, or maybe we liquidate down to 25 each, but we sell stock to the public. And then the company's price, not the value, I'll get to that later, but the price of the stock moves and hopefully moves up depending on the value of our company, because price and value are 2 separate things. So the price of the stock starts moving up, right? And the way that most developed countries, but specifically America, the way that our income tax laws are written, it benefits Ken and I to take a nominal salary, $1, 70 grand, 72 grand, 250,000, whatever. Because the bulk of our money is tied to the stock that we own. And what's taxed in America is income, right? So that's ordinary income from wages and salary. There's also dividend income and other capital gains income if you actually sell the stock or some other asset, right? However, we're trying to figure out how to get money in our pockets. Ken's got a wife and an ex-wife and 3 kids, and I've got a wife and an ex-wife and 4 kids. I need money. I need cash money. But I don't want to sell my stock. Well, we call our good friend Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan. And Jamie says, well, I'm looking at your stock portfolio because this is the only asset you really got. And it's worth about $300 million. It's priced at about $300 million. I'm willing to loan you $100 million cash money right now.
set up an account here at our bank with us, blah, blah, blah. And we say, okay, cool. And that's each. So Ken's liquid $100 million cash money in the bank, and he's used the stock in his company as collateral because it's super money. At the moment, it's worth $300 million, but if the company does good, it could be worth $3 billion in 5 years. It's money on steroids to an extent. And from a tax perspective, how that money is taxed is it goes into different buckets. If we take out a loan using our stock as our collateral, that loan is not taxable income. That's not taxable income. And more importantly, we can write off the interest that we pay on that loan annually on our taxes, depending on a few other factors. And with that being said, the solution to some of these problems, and I respect Jeremy's obvious institutional knowledge and just knowing the sense of history. I've shared that interest as well. The business.
That's amazing, by the way.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it's amazing how you're breaking it down too. By the way.
Oh yeah,
I'm enjoying this lesson.
I thought you said you want me to say the contract, my man. Yeah. So what ends up happening is that a lot of these companies, some things are going to exist. White folk. I don't mean the offense. White folk been stealing black folk stuff forever. They've always thought of us as property. That's how they initially interacted with us in this country, and they will always probably continue to think of that. This is what it is. So what a lot of standout artists throughout the years have done is they figured out how to use these tools for my benefit, right? And how to use these same types of principles in other ways. You've got Rihanna with Fenty, you've got Kylie Jenner with cosmetics, you've got Jay-Z with an assortment of things, even Puff Daddy, before I'm old, I still call him Puff Daddy, my bad. Puff Daddy with an assortment. They've realized that, hey, the money ain't really in the music. Jay-Z has a quote unquote notional net worth of $2-3 billion, but if you look at his records, as best as Zach Greenberg can give him at Forbes, he only makes about $70 to $75 million from music. The reason is because he has a wide array of portfolios. So the game in America, in most developed countries, has been to own an income-producing asset that the price of it varies via the stock market or bonds, but probably stocks because bonds are for old ladies. So that's super money. Not just $1, but $1 whose price changes based on some other variable that you can't control. And the way a lot of wealthy people, their income is split is not much ordinary income. It's usually capital gains, or they'll get loans against the assets the income producing assets that they own, namely the stock in the companies that they founded. And so eventually, like Elon, they have to liquidate. This is in the term used to be called they're asset rich but cash poor. Yeah, I got a $200,000 on the house. That don't mean I got $200,000 in the bank. Yeah, I own stock of $300 million. That don't mean I got $300 million in the bank. In order for me to get the cash, I got to sell the stock. But I don't want to sell the stock. But these banks are willing to loan you money against it, so that's what they do. And it happens every day, Monday through Friday. As long as a man answers a phone, honestly, it happened. And so the solution, and I'm winding down, forgive me, I'm Baptist. The solution for a lot of this, and the music, specific to the music business, is for artists, by artists, for artists. Something like a co-op. Because human beings will always be incentivized to do what's good for them. Human beings will always be incentivized to be ambitious. And so telling a CEO who makes $92 million a year in compensation, hey, don't take as much money, it's like, who are you talking to? Fuck you. Like, why would I not take as much money? That doesn't make sense, right? However, if you had a cooperative of some sort, a label, a publishing arm, and things like that Ken and Miki and Callis and I developed, and we all own a quarter of it, and we said we're all going to take a $72,000 salary, and that's capped for 10 years, no matter how much we make. And then whoever comes on as additional owners or investors, we'll pay them dividends. Right? I mean, if you structure it that way, that's the only way towards. Let me rephrase. That's the best way to achieve equality through equity. That's my TED Talk.
Yeah. So Musk did the exact same thing because he had money already coming in from Solar City, and money left over from PayPal that he used, and then he got the contracts with SpaceX from the government, and he took that and he bought Tesla. And when he got Tesla, I think he said, give me my money and pay me in shares of equities, not cash. And at the time, I think the stock was on like $6 a share, something like that. So he got millions of shares. And then when he decided to go and acquire Twitter, he used a bank to borrow against his equities as collateral at $6, whatever the strike price was, and to go and buy that asset, Twitter. And then as the value of the shares increased, he made out like a bandit. And what you're saying about with the Rob about the IP play, where you're looking at a scenario like that ourselves, taking a lot of our IP and collateral and using it as a via entity to collateralize and then take money from that entity as a debt instrument to acquire other assets. And as the value of that collateral increases, we just pay down it from the value of it increasing, and yet we always own or control the asset and pay zero taxes on from capital from the lender. And then grocery taxes, your car, whatever. But that's all. Those are all leases. So
it's a good game to play if you could get in it, right, and stay in it, right. You mentioned PE firms. Right? PE firms are really good at like if you want to go from bullshit analyst, junior, senior analyst to junior partner. You figure out a way for your PE firm to get into a company, and I'm thinking, and I'll just use a fictionalized version, but it is based on true stories. Think for those of you that have watched it, think of Wall Street, the movie Wall Street that came out in the 80s. You want to get into Blue Star, which is an airline. You come out of the PE firm, their goal is to come out of little money and get as much money. And so you find out what does the company own, and they use the company that they're trying to buy. They use that company's assets as collateral for the loan to buy the fucking company. And then they get there and they find out what do you own. Well, we got the pensions overfunded. Okay, well, give me that. We're gonna turn them into 401ks. We're gonna take that fucking money. What they got in the bank? Okay, they got a little, 6 months over expenditures in the bank. Okay, give me that. Let's knock it down to 3. They talk to the accountants. What can I get away with? Well, by law, you have to maintain at least 3 months of expenditures upcoming. Okay, well, it's 6, so give me them fucking 3. And then they give themselves a special dividend. This is why people think PE firms run companies into the ground, because their goal is to fuck out the cash. And then exit in 3 to 5 years, hopefully taking it public because of what? Super money. If I can take it public, the notional value of stock options I bought at $6 a share, I go public for $32 a share. The market likes it. We gave a great road show, and now it's fucking $52 a share at the end of the year. I'm sitting pretty.
Rob,
buy at 6, sell at 52. Because they do this.
There's a former Bear Stearns guy who was courting me as a broker for about 8 months, trying to do a deal with us. I shared a little bit of it with Mickey, and he kept trying to put our assets into a trig bag. What is PE machinations? Of course, we didn't do it. And he said something really crazy. I think I told Mickey this. He says, let's create a fund, collateralizing it with your assets. I'm going to be a GP in your fund also, but I'm going to be a silent partner. I'm like, dude, you're smoking crack.
Or you think I am.
Or I am. I'm like, yeah, that's just so ridiculous. I said, your goal is to go out and get debt, not equity capital. And if we're interest only, and we give him a fixed price, and he got 100 basis points, he did the deal. And he kept trying to put us into a fund. And being from Silicon Valley, we understood that this is not our first rodeo. I've already had a couple software exits. So I was like, no, we're owning all this right here. But he just fought and fought and fought, and finally he had a contract, and his contract ended. Guys hit me 3 times since the ending of his contract, trying to cry river, trying to get back in the door. I'm like, dude, go watch Sinners. You don't let the devil in willingly. It has to ask to come in.
What I've had to learn about these deals, and it's not necessarily my strength. It is a strong suit of mine, but for a very limited period of time, and not always the length of time that it should be. And that is to learn how to really, really bullshit, right? And that is, I would have had him take me to dinner. I promise you, take me to dinner, buy me nice drinks. Of course, I like top shelf liquor and shit, and I like nice steaks, right? Like, pitch me. But I already know that the fucking answer is going to be no. And it's his fault for being a fucking schmuck for not saying that this is a bullshit meeting. I mean, like, you are begging me and willing to throw everything at me, and I can read the term sheet, fucking half sleep and hungover, and you're getting points on the deal. You're talking in circles. You're the GP, but you're a silent partner. That's contradictory.
Exactly.
Like I don't fucking know, but okay, okay. Well, look, I want to know more. Where you taking me? Wine and dine me. You know what I'm saying? You don't take the girl home and fuck her tonight. You take her out. So what's up?
They're whining and dining. Yeah. They saw our 60-month performer and saw what kind of our IRR, and they got hot and wet in the shorts and started foaming at the mouth, fearing they're gonna miss out on the deal, and then tried to tell me our assets. You're going to have to actually collateralize, you're going to actually have to liquidate some of your assets at some point in the future. And I was like, well, that's never happening.
I give up control of everything I got to you. You take the fees, and you're trying to sell me on a private like a drink later down the road.
And then he said, you're going to make a lot of money. We can already, blah, 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 blah. 7 figures right now. We can do this deal. But you can buy your asset back. And I was like, why would I buy back something?
So now I'm in the sale lease back, and I'm paying you to do a sale lease. So
exactly.
Here's my thing. Here's my thing. And I think Mika might be asleep, ironically, but she probably would agree with this, right? We've talked about it before. You have to have a sense of history. And, I guess Jeremy got off of here, but, some of the things he was saying, like way out left, right? But there is very much value in having a sense of history, whatever business you're in business as overall. Because even if history doesn't repeat itself, it rhymes. When people get to talk like this interest rates, I put my family into I-bonds. Why? Because interest rates are 9%. The last time interest rates were over 7% for real for financial instruments was in the 80s with hyperinflation. So what do you do with hyperinflation? Interest rates are going up. Okay, you can't get into things that cost you interest rates, but you can make money on them. So get into I-bonds. I-bonds are paying 9%, almost 10%. Yeah. So if you have a sense of history, you could peep when shit makes you like, I've seen this before. This looks familiar. Oh, let me sit back and think about this for a minute. Oh yeah, okay, this is that. Yeah. So I mean, like, stuff. Listen. If an individual is involved in a business, they would benefit from having a sense of business history. And I don't necessarily mean a degree, although I have one, but you can become a voracious reader. You know what I'm saying? And acquire that knowledge. And it's the same thing for the music business. You mentioned some things about Drake's lawsuit. I haven't read the case shepherded yet, but am I surprised? No. All I heard you say was the man is coming up for a contract renewal, contract negotiation, and the people is fucking with the numbers. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, they do that shit.
That's all.
That ain't nothing new.
That's all it was about, bro.
That ain't nothing new. Do I like who I think won the beef? Kendrick, hands down. Everybody knows that, right? Anybody. Ray Charles knows that. He blind.
Yeah, but I'm fucking with OBO all day.
I don't know.
I'm fucking with the boy. It was his birthday yesterday. I'm fucking with the boy. That's what we doing over.
And I will say this, and I'll yield to you guys. I love business. That's how I ended up just learning about the music business, the business of music, right? I can't believe I'm doing this. Damon Dash. I got a cousin who's a music producer who knows Dame. He's like, yo, I don't know why people saying all of this, about him. Like, I've been in his compound. He got this, he got that. We got the band. Yeah, well, I'm a paralegal, and I read his bankruptcy filing, and he says he doesn't have any of that. Why did he file in Florida and he lives in California? What business does he have in Florida? What gives him a nexus in Florida? All right, but he told the federal bankruptcy court in Florida, he doesn't have those assets.
He was renting.
He keeps hauling his family off. Exactly. He keeps hauling his family office shit. Because I've worked with wealthy individuals, I know what a family office is. And I can assure you, his shit ain't set up like Room 5600, which is the Rockefeller Brothers Fund. It ain't set up like that. So that makes me believe that a bankruptcy trustee is very likely going to say he's committed fraudulent transfers. For those that don't know, A fraudulent transfer is a transfer of an asset out of your name to something or somewhere else within 2 years prior to filing a bankruptcy petition. The trustee will say you did that in anticipation that you were going to file bankruptcy, and they're going to get an order from the judge reversing that. So what does that mean? You think you got credit cards and this and the third, you got property taxes coming up due, you're going to transfer your house to your adult son's name or your older mother's name, right? The bankruptcy court is going to get a judge and have that all reversed back. And they're going to put that asset back into the bankruptcy estate, and they will liquidate it to fucking pay your creditors. That's called a fraudulent transfer. And so with that being said, you know, Dame talk all that shit, but it does. I'm going to use his saying against him. He makes sense to someone that doesn't know the things that he's talking about. I'm just not one. I happen to be a person that understands these things. I mean, I've been in the legal and the tax and real estate business, and I know that what he's saying don't make sense. And when something don't make sense, there's a lie in there somewhere. So yeah, as he talk about, oh, my daughter didn't get evicted. So you want me to believe a nigga that's had 8, 9, 10 different apartments in the military and out the military and throughout the world and all of these, you want me to believe that her rent's $3,200 and she was sending her portion of the rent with her 4 roommates to them, and she didn't know that they weren't paying the rent, and she wasn't paying the rent directly to the landlord, or she didn't have good sense to do that. You, her dad of all people, you not tell her to make sure she make a money order out to the landlord people. Bingo. It don't make sense. It don't make sense, bro. It's cool to just say the bitch got evicted because the people was fucking up there. It's cool. Hey, we all have been through shit. It's cool, but you ain't got a lot.
Look in the chat. That's where everybody can download it, put in their Google Doc. That's a book on what and how to set up a family office. It's a PDF. It's 500 pages. Highly recommend downloading it, going and printing it, and going and reading it for those who don't have those assets yet, and who aspire to have those assets as far as the type of individuals you're going to need to set yourself up. It's on page 39 in the PDF. But download the whole thing in your own deck before I disconnect the administrative privileges for access.
All right, giving them the game. Appreciate it.
I got something for you, Rob. You're going to like this. Hold on.
Well, and I enjoy talking to all of y'all great people. One thing I will say about the publishing situation, right? Just giving y'all heads up, I see a lot of people going back to doing admin deals. Maybe because, they don't want to handle all the legwork. But the full-blown publishing deals, a lot of people are getting out of those deals. One of my clients right now on the music side, Hit Boy, that produced the records for Jay-Z, and Jay-Z got him out of his publishing deal. And I don't know if he's an admin now or if he's just doing everything himself, but he appears to be more happier, and so I just think that's what's happening right now. I think that's the wave that people are trying to get out there, full-fledged publishing deals and just do admin deals.
So take a look at that. This is something, when I first started our companies, we set up, I'm not a CPA or an attorney. It's just how we move. And we set our structures up like this with our offshore blind irrevocable trusts and revocable trusts in tax haven countries, our holding co, our private foundation, and then we have several for-profit co's, a combination of LLCs and C Corps.
I'm going to say this to Ken first real quick, Kellis. I had to just do a Google search. I keep hearing that guy, Hit Boy, and I keep thinking Hitmaker. But people don't be wanting to do the work, man. People don't be wanting to do the work. They don't want to. They think it's all easy. You just get on DistroKid and it's all gonna happen. You get on TuneCore, it's all gonna happen. You get on United Masters, it's all gonna happen. You get on Empire, it's all gonna happen. And people,
and they are 1,000% incorrect.
Correct. So it's like I'll use an example, right? Ty Bazin out of Atlanta. You might know the brother.
Yeah, definitely.
He worked with Brent Fayez. In a very simplified version. When he first hearing about Brent was living in, I think he moved from North Carolina.
He was living in Charlotte. Yep. He was working at the Harris Teeter.
Subway in Harris Teeter. So what I'm saying, he was raised in Maryland, but he moved to North Carolina. And so that's when he first interacted with him. And he basically said, here's me paraphrasing, and this is what I tell anybody who asks me about the music business. You have two roads in front of you. You could be famous or you could make money. Don't think about the music getting out there. The music gonna get out there. But you could be famous or you could make money. Which one do you want? And he said, if you want to make money, this is what it is. So he like, yo, I think Brent, like some of the music Brent make, like they say it's like it sound like a singing ass Future, like dog women out type shit. And to some extent, he really was a young nigga like that, from what I've gathered from people that know him. So I think he probably was living with a chick, this and the third. That's why I laid that groundwork. And he told me like, yeah, you can't, this job ain't it. You know what I'm saying? You making sandwiches or whatever the fuck you're doing, you need to be focused on the music. You got to work on these projects. And so the longer version short, I keep saying that, y'all forgive me, I grew up Baptist. He chose to make the money. And he says it's a harder road to hoe. You got to make money to spend money. You know what I'm saying? You got to spend money to make money. It's a virtuous cycle of that. And you own the shit that you keep. You keep the owning. You know what I'm saying? Whether or not that's the masters, the songwriter, and the publisher, you get to keep owning it. And this is the route forward. This is a better route, especially when you want to make money. But it's hard. You know what I'm saying? And it costs money. I'm remembering Brent talked about in an interview how they had to pay $50,000 for I think a photo shoot or some project overseas or Hawaii or something with a beach. And he's like, yeah, we had to spend that bread. And that's the road before a lot of enterprising musicians. It sounds cool to say stay independent or all that things like that. Even Nipsey Hussle. You listen to the stories that Nip and other people affiliated with Nip talk about. They tell you about how it costs bread. And they'll tell you like they had a janky landlord, built a studio, spent all that money on that studio in there. And next thing you know, they evicted, and the landlord lost the building, this and the third. What can you do? So shit, they had to get it. They had to get it going. So they had to go spend another 20, 30, 40, 50 grand to build a new studio. Now, somebody might say, well, you could just go rent a studio. He did what worked for him. And it takes money to make that money if you want to stay independent. Even Russ, you look, it's different ways. You know what I'm saying? A lot of Russ older projects. He's the songwriter, he's the producer, he's the instrumentalist, he's the vocalist, he's the artist. Russ did it all. So he eating good. So that's why his shit come up I still make $160,000 a month off my old catalogs. And that's why he can cut a deal with Atlantic like he want. And because why would you worry about it? I make $160,000 a month. I used to be poor with no money. Well, Russ is a little different for Russ. He comes from a middle class background. But, if you want to be famous, you need to get some virality. You need to get all the things and find somebody that's going to listen to your shit and put you onto a record deal. You know what I'm saying? That'll make you famous. Here's my confession. I'm going to address something Callie said. I'm still waiting to hear about Glorilla's deal. I had a funny suspicion, but I'm still waiting to hear about her deal. And to you, Callie, who does for this setup? Who does the taxes and bookkeeping and payroll and accounting work for this? Like, I'm thirsty for that. That's good money right there, man. So yeah, that setup, the admin costs. That's a good. That'll give my wife this new BMW she want, man.
That's pretty funny. You're talking about the matrix I shared with you, my wealth model.
Yeah. That's
I have a few different people, but I'm the one who actually put it together because coming from tech in the Valley and just reading about how wealth is built. And then when I had my first software exit, got the term sheet. The very first time I got it, the money, and then got the term sheet, and then had an exit and whatnot. I just hunkered down, and I still could do company bills, but I hunkered down to understand wealth. Really, I studied wealth and how wealth is generated, stored, and passed on intergenerationally. And I drew this up the very first time on a piece of paper after I've read several things, a lot of tax law, tax CPA, what's going on, what states. It's the same as like solving a software problem. And then I got a few CPAs and attorneys I know to actually make sure my flow was correct. And then I began just
paying them to structure me properly. And then this document, the wealth one, is something when I'm learning new things as far as other revenue verticals, I just put in there, and when I find out how to do certain things and where to store capital or store assets and move things around the planet, and so it's my own thing. I'm not an advisor or advocating anything. It's just how I first started years ago, and but I'm glad you like it, Rob.
Yeah, again, I love taxes, man. That's always my foundation, and it's definitely very interesting. I need some Johnny Walker to to take a look at it and piece it apart and make it make sense in my head like a song. But it's very interesting. But I know for a fact the administrative costs are
worth every single penny.
Hey, I didn't say they ain't. I didn't say they ain't. Listen, somebody paid Jack Rockefeller, John D. Rockefeller Jr. Jack Rockefeller paid a pretty penny for his setup. But the 1932 trust that he set up continued to pay until David Rockefeller died in the 2007. And the 1954 trust, the 1934 and 1952. So the 1934 trusts were for John D. Sr.'s grandkids. The 1952 trusts were set up for Jack's grandkids. And there's still some left. I think there's one in Florida that still ain't fucking died yet. They call them the cousins. So if the lawyers charge them $100,000 in the 50s to set these fucking things up, that's still valuable here now in the next millennia. So I say that to say I'm not disagreeing with you. I just looking at it from a provider perspective, that's really good work for me. So yeah, I just was asking.
And did you scroll down to see the pages where things are set up internationally as far as how I forget what page it's on, but yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I had to get back to that because I'm reading it now. And listen, you own to something, I'll tell you that.
All I did was I still run my tech company and my media co, and I said, let me spend a third of my time studying wealth, how to set things up for my grandchildren that are alive, but ultimately when I'm going off the scene, for when they get married. And so the assets continuously stay in the trust in perpetuity, and are accessible via the holding co visa with the administrators of the family office. We start with a single family office and multi-family office in different countries. But just forward legacy thinking and planning and making sure we control our own assets in perpetuity and license them.
Yeah, that's definitely, again, trying to get back to that, that's definitely where to go, man. You just hear so much on this app about what the wealthy do. And I say to people, I hate to sound like a hater, but I've told people, listen, you're worried about the wrong fucking thing. You're not wealthy. Like you are totally worried about the wrong shit. You need to get some assets first. You need to get some income generating assets. And then when you see that snowball is starting to roll, then you can start setting up these kinds of things. Because it costs good money to set this kind of stuff up. People don't work for free, And it's like, you gotta know where you are to try to plan for where you're trying to go. But it's a lot of people putting the cart before the horse,
Hey, back to message.
I want all the strategies first, and then I'll figure what business I'm gonna get in. Like that doesn't work.
Hey, go ahead and message me back channel with your email and your business thing, and or on IG, because it's connected to my blurb here.
Can do.
I heard about Tidra Mosley and how she and her sister set up their own situation, their own publishing co, and her sister goes out and gets that money. And so she'll get 100% on the publishing side and 100% on the writer side, so 200%. And
Still probably using Universal. I don't know if she has what kind of deal she has over there. If it's for an imprint situation, but yeah. By the way, she's the mother of the twins that's in that group, Coast Contra. The phenomenal group. I'm gonna have to check them out. I really am. Oh my gosh, they are a 4-member group. The last time you saw a group, Wu-Tang Clan, maybe? Yeah, and they're conscious. That's what's different. There's a question in the chat. Thanks, Dr. Jen. Again, there's a question in chat about spendthrift trust for asset protection. What are your thoughts? I'm not familiar with that. I don't know. Sorry, I'm trying to get back to the app. So, yeah, in my experience, there's, for asset protection, there's different types of trust. Obviously, relegated or governed, I should say, about the trust agreement. So, you've got generation skipping trust, you've got grids, you've got slats, you've got, all kinds of stuff. So far as a spendthrift, let me back up. It doesn't mean that you can't have clauses in the trust agreement that address more than one thing. And so a spendthrift trust, in my experience, has usually been for asset protection, like if I've got a trust for my son, but I'm planning ahead for if he marries someone, I don't want them to get those assets. Least of all, if he marries a woman and then gets divorced, those assets are not part of the marital estate. She can't get any of it, right? So it makes sense as long as you make sure you guys set up structure properly. I know that is such a fucking cliche on this app and other social media platforms. So what I mean by that is very likely hiring an attorney to either prepare those documents or review them for you to make sure that it, lots of different points are covered, especially if there's something specific you're trying to do, right? Maybe it's not a child, maybe it's a grandchild. Maybe it's things of your own assets that you're trying to protect. And then there's, again, you have to keep in mind for that fraudulent transfer, that's not just applicable to, fraudulent transfer isn't just applicable to bankruptcy, but it is definitely applicable to the whole debt and credit space, if I could put it that way. So, if you're planning ahead with enough time frame, it definitely makes sense. It's going to always be an irrevocable trust. So, because revocable means the grantor or testator, but the person setting up the trust still owns it, still has control over it. But irrevocable means that that person doesn't. Depending on what state law governs trust. So there's different states that have different rules. I'll give you an example. Just look at Rupert Murdoch and his children and the trust that he has set up and what they're going through with Succession. No pun intended, because the TV show Succession is largely based off the Murdochs, but in Nevada. And for a long, this is the second lawsuit, I believe. They can't break them trusts. They can't. Some states have it where you can not break, but you can change an irrevocable trust if you get the permission and approval of all beneficiaries. So it varies by state, but depending on what you're trying to do, obviously you can hire a third party like a paralegal, like myself, or some service online or whatever the case may be, and have an attorney review it, or you can hire an attorney to prepare those documents and execute them for you regardless. So those are just my thoughts. I'm reading your Gallus, I'm reading your in the chat, man. I thought you didn't have nothing to say about that. Again, I'm not an attorney or a tax professional, so I suggest whatever I place in here
to go check legally in the state of whatever you're in to see what you can do and where your entity is set up. I like revocable and irrevocable offshore tax haven situations for us, specifically because when my grandchildren, I may not be alive, actually are able to get married, all the assets stay in perpetuity inside the trust. And then, and so in the event that one or someone gets divorced, the dissolution of that marriage, whatever assets, and they were getting probably a dividend, it's whatever spouse is leaving, they have no access, or the children, to take or empty the trust.
Okay, it's not part of the marital estate.
Never. Like the cows always stay in the trust, and we license the milk, but they can't have the cow, and their milk is cut off.
The man said he cut their water off. Okay, Lamar. No, I'm joking. Again, not an attorney. This is not legal advice. I'm not going to say you need to do your own research. You need to go hire your own lawyer. But I will say this, Evan. Is it based on contract law? To an extent. A trust agreement is a contract. It's a type of contract, yes. But is it, I won't use the verbiage based on, because that implies or impresses upon me, look at something's history. And sometimes okay, but what governs it, what law governs it? More times than not, states have their own trust law on the books already. So it's like based on that, on trust law, and not necessarily contract law, but it depends, because a trust agreement is inherently a contract. There's an offer, there's acceptance, it has all the elements of a contract. It's a contract between the grantor and the trustee. And then depending on the nature, it's a contract between the trustee and the beneficiaries. So it is a contract, but what's it quote unquote based on? I would argue and say it's based on trust law, but it is also a contract. So it varies. You want to talk to an attorney?
Yeah, I knew when I switched from being an employee to an employer, I said, and get off the service merry-go-round of doing consulting, which is still fee-based. It's on the left side of the cash flow quadrant as a self-employed person, but creating a system of human beings and automated systems that generate profit, I needed to create assets that were cash revenue generating assets. And as we began creating those entities, I said, all right, it's time to live radically frugal, don't really pay ourselves a salary because that's income, and still a little consulting thing here and there, tiny time. But as far as the assets that generate, do not, under any circumstance, take income from that at all. Just store things properly. And that's kind of where that I remember my matrix came from.
Yeah, that matrix is pretty cold, brother. I'm trying to find a way to save a copy.
Is it set? Can you download? If you go to your Google Doc, your Google folder, you should be able to save as into your own folder before I go, because I'm gonna disconnect my leg.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't have Google Docs. It's work related, so I don't have it on my personal phone. That's why. No big deal. I'll figure it out in a minute. Trust me on that.
Yeah, just a quick, I think I said before, is just storing your assets in that green bucket, which is an asset bucket, and simple math. An asset is something that pays you. So whether it's your IP or your real estate deeds, just put in that asset bucket. And depending on where you're going to have your trust, what country you're going to have your trust in. And then a holding co in Wyoming. I like Wyoming because it's very private. And
it is. I'm a commercial registered agent in Wyoming. It is quite private.
It's a beautiful thing. And then a private foundation. You go look at the Rockefeller or the Ford Foundation, how that's set up, and to get an understanding of 95% of their assets stay inside the nonprofit, and they're only responsible for dispensing 5%, and it's a not-for-profit. And then all the for-profit codes in the red buckets, we got a bunch of them. Whatever states in the United States or wherever it needs to go, if it's TV, if it's music, if it's software, depending on, what's the best bang for the buck of that state. When a customer places an order or the red bucket company has a concept for that, for a customer, it pays a licensing fee to the trust. The trust releases the asset temporarily via the holding co. And the holding co then goes into that marketing commercialization bucket to generate revenue. And as revenue is paid, the accounts receivables come in to the not-for-profit. The not-for-profit entity pays the expenses of the actual company entity, and then pays, if it borrows money, it pays back the lender their whatever were negotiated 0 to 10% interest, and the revenue, the money stays in the nonprofit, and the nonprofit begins to purchase assets, land assets, physical assets, and then ultimately transfers and then uses those land assets in whatever capacity it's for, and then transfers ownership back to the trust. And on the right side, when the commercial assets, another entity wants to pay a royalty fee, the royalty is paid in whatever state it is, the proper taxes are paid, and then all the revenue that's generated from that asset, royalty, flows back to the trust. This is how we own the cow and license the milk in perpetuity. That makes sense.
I added you on IG Catalyst, by the way.
Yeah, I saw that. I'll hit you back. I'm out. Have a good evening.
All right. Patient Sensation, are you there?
time, huh? Welcome back, kids. Welcome back to John's Playhouse, where we will be interacting with the biggest retards you've ever heard.
I don't know if that's...
It's just dumb.
Dr. Franson, what specifically about the loving their children and atheists? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, I mean, those are like non sequiturs, aren't they?
Well, yeah, I tend to agree, but